listening through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD number 2, and YouTube. And I hope to find a lot of you at all of those various destinations today. Why? Lyle, why should everybody be tuning in today?
Opening day?
Yeah, because it's opening day. Maura, good morning. Happy opening day to you. It is all is right with the world, man. When baseball season begins, life is reborn. The world gets to start up again. Everything should be happy. Everyone should be smiling. The world is a better place. The warm weather is right around the corner if it's not here already. I mean, it won't be here for 3 months, but you know what I mean. It's opening day, man. I love baseball season. It's my favorite sport, always has been, and just can't wait for later on tonight. 7 o'clock, Mariners, Guardians, and the beginning of the 2026 baseball season. What a moment. What a moment. Hey, could you turn my computer up there, Lyle? Because for some reason...
In theater, there's a script. In baseball, there's no script, and that's what I love about it. Take your seats. The show is about to begin.
The show is about to begin. Thank you, Rick Riz, and thank you to everyone at the Mariners who just gave me the chills at 6:03 in the morning. That doesn't happen every day. Much appreciated. Baseball's awesome, man, and this season could be unlike any other in the history of the Seattle Mariners. Okay, so let's get right to the biggest news of the day. I want to make sure everybody's heart rate, which is now elevated, we're going to bring it back down to earth a little bit by letting you know that all of the television information is available for watching the Mariners this year, okay? It is all available. We have all of the details. The easiest thing to do is go to mariners.com/watch, okay? That will be able to show you your own individual answer to how you can watch the Mariners this year. I know this is frustrating that it didn't come out until this morning. I know people with the Mariners, I'm sure, were just as frustrated by the fact that this took so long. I know it has a lot to do with how Major League Baseball runs it. This is not a Mariners thing. They weren't holding on to this information till the last moment. They desperately want everybody to know where they can watch the team today and throughout this year. So mariners.com/watch. And once you get there, for the people on the biggest providers, I will say, if you are on Comcast, Xfinity, channel 1261, DirecTV, 687. I believe that was the old Root Sports. So if you're on DirecTV, it should be super easy. And if you've got Charter Spectrum in the Seattle area, channel 414, 414. Everybody else, or if you didn't catch that, or you need to remember, or whatever, mariners.com/watch should be about as easy as it is. There's a channel finder there. You put in your zip code, you put in your provider, and bang, it shows you where they're going to be. Now, that's most of the games. Tomorrow night, Friday night is an Apple TV broadcast. I think one of the weekend games. Sunday's game is going to be a Peacock game. So, yeah, I mean, like it's not a guarantee that every single game is going to be on that spot. There's still national stuff and Fox stuff and ESPN stuff. And now there's NBC nights as well. TBS has games. There's so many different ways that you can watch the games. But for your general regular old broadcast, that's where you go, mariners.com/watch. And I might remind you that you can listen to every game right here on Seattle Sports on 710 and on the Seattle Sports app, and you'll hear the voices you just heard. Rick Riz, Aaron Goldsmith doing all those games right here in Rick's final season on Seattle Sports on 710. All right, that's the public service announcement portion of the morning. After that, it's all baseball today, man. I mean, I need to know. We'll have some other stuff. Huge news yesterday with the Sonics and the expansion, and we've got some sound from Adam Silver and Todd Lywicki that is all positive, all good news. So we'll be playing that. Need to know. Jackson Smith and Jigba had his big press conference yesterday, and Mike McDonald spoke. So we've got some of that. In Need to Know, it sounds like Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns have moved some things around, and maybe he's going to be available in a trade. I think you can already tell I'm going to be insufferable about that. So, yes, that news will be in Need to Know as well. But today's Mariners Day, man. Today is the beginning of the season. Lyle, how are we feeling today?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Excited?
Come on, give me a little more than that. How are you feeling today? Dude, it's opening day. You made it through the hot stove season. We made it through the whole off season. We made it through spring training. And today they're going to play real meaningful baseball.
It's great. I can't wait for games to start. We're hours away.
All right.
This is great.
I was hoping you might have a little, like what's your feeling today? What's the emotion? What's your expectation level?
Excited for games to start.
Yeah.
Anticipation's pretty high, like everybody else's is. And
what's your favorite thing about this team this year without having seen them play a game yet? When we talk about it in 162 games later, when the Mariners have won 97 games, won the AL West, and are heading to the postseason, and I ask you on that day, Lyle, what was your favorite thing about this Mariner season and this Mariner team? What do you think you'll say?
Brian Woo's going to have a Cy Young season.
Wow. All right. There we go. You and Greg Amsinger, right? Wasn't he the guy who said that he saw that coming, Brian Woo?
Yeah, he said Woo should start opening day. I'm all in favor of Logan Gilbert starting today, but I think Brian Woo may really compete for the Cy Young.
I love that. All right, Maura, at the end of this year, when I ask you what was your favorite thing about the Mariners team this year, what are you going to say?
I think I'm really excited to see Brendan Donovan and a full year of Josh Naylor. Listening to those guys, I just can't help but think that they sound really similar. And we already fell in love with Josh Naylor.
Yep.
I'm excited to see what they can bring to
Just a lot of that. And Shannon talked a lot about this yesterday, right? Just the thinking part of the game. Two guys that really, I mean, not just eat, drink, sleep, and breathe baseball, but really understand the game, like thinking through the game, like tossing through the scenarios. Say that again?
They care about the details.
100%.
Every little thing.
Yep, absolutely. Two detail-oriented guys, very much so. By the way, that might be a great word to use at the end of this year if you're trying to come up with what your favorite things were. Maybe detail-oriented will end up being one of our favorite things about this Mariner team because they've got a lot of guys that play the game that way. Cal is certainly one of those guys. You mentioned Josh Naylor. You mentioned Brendan Donovan. I think they do have some guys that are very detail-oriented, and maybe that ends up being a key piece of what they do. I've been trying to come up with an answer to this question because you could go in so many different ways. The possibilities and the hope around this team is just so incredibly high. I guess at the end of it, I hope that they're going to play a fun version of the game of baseball. And I don't just mean they're going to run around and they're going to get on base and they're going to hit some home runs and they're going to have some big comebacks. I think what I mean is, I think this team, I think they're going to play the game with a smile on their face. That doesn't mean that every moment they're going to big dopey grin while they're in the batter's box. But I do think that this group has the opportunity to bring a lot of fun to the game of baseball and make it fun for all of us. There are going to be moments of misery because baseball provides misery. That's part of its charm. There are going to be moments where Lyle is going to think that the season is over, and he's probably not going to be alone because this team is not going to win 160 games this year. They're probably going to win somewhere, in the ballpark of 90 to 99, right? Like that, the most likely answer is that the first digit of their win total is going to start with an 8 or 9. Hopefully a 9. Maybe a 1. We'll see. But it's not going to be 160 wins. I can guarantee you that. So there are going to be moments that are really, really challenging. I hope that we're all able to get through that with a smile, and I hope that the team leads the way because I do think this is a very fun baseball team with a lot of fun players both to watch and to get to know, and I can't wait to get this thing started tonight. Logan Gilbert on the Hill will give you everything you need to know next.
The sounds of spring have already begun.
Mariners spring training, best week of our year.
But if you listen close enough, you can still hear echoes of last fall.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
These guys raise the bar.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
You guys ready?
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park. Hear every pitch wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as, that's 888-665-0696.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Spring is a perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's been 5 months and 6 days since the Mariners have taken the field for a meaningful game, but that all changes tonight. Opening day, T-Mobile Park, and we should see that AL West banner hung and the start of the most promising season in team history. Logan Gilbert takes the ball against Tanner Bybee and the Guardians in the first of a 4-game series, and expectations are sky high. Jeff Passan yesterday.
Funny, there are people in the Mariners front office who listen to this program. And a couple days ago, I had run by one of them what my World Series pick is. And literally 1 minute ago, I got a text from one of them, and it says, "No, change your pick." And you know what? I'm not going to change my pick. I am picking the Seattle Mariners to go to the World Series.
There's Jeff Passan. He gave about 8 minutes straight of reasons why he's picking the Mariners. And we'll play that interview coming up here in about 10, 15 minutes. The roster set yesterday. No real surprises. Ryan Bliss does make the team as both J.P. Crawford and Miles Mastrobuoni start the year on the IL. Cooper Criswell, Casey Legamina, and Emerson Hancock all start with the big club as well, with Bryce Miller injured, so no real surprises there, though I am looking forward to seeing the lineup later today. I would hope. I like what Shannon and I were kind of talking through yesterday, with Luke Raley hitting 5th in right field, Dominic Canzone is your DH. That kind of works for me. Curious to see what Dan Wilson rolls out there. Last night, we got the start of the baseball season, 1 game only, Yankees and Giants. It was not close as the Yankees blew their doors off, but we got to see the first ever ABS challenge.
We had our first ABS challenge.
Challenged by Jose. Thought that was up and in. Challenge. Call was upheld.
Sorry, Jose Caballero, old friend. You got that one wrong. So that was the first challenge in Major League history. All right, we're getting closer, and now we essentially know where to find all the Mariners games on TV. Yesterday, they announced a couple of updates. If you have Comcast or Xfinity, same thing. You can watch games on channel 1261, DirecTV on 687. That's the old route. And Charter and Spectrum, that would be channel 414 in Seattle. But the full channel finder is available at mariners.com/watch. That's mariners.com/watch. And, of course, you can listen to every game right here on 710 or on the Seattle Sports app.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
NBA Board of Governors voting as expected yesterday to move forward with the expansion process in both Seattle and Vegas. The next step is the league will now begin holding formal talks with prospective ownership groups, and they're using an investment bank as a strategic advisor during that process. Adam Silver, the commissioner.
I think you all know at this point, because we issued a release, that the board voted to explore expansion in Las Vegas and Seattle. I'm excited about that opportunity. We've had discussions with elected officials, both in Las Vegas and Seattle and Nevada and the state of Washington. We have long histories in both of those markets. Of course, we had a franchise in Seattle for over 40 years. We have a WNBA franchise in Seattle right now. And there's an enormous amount of passion for NBA basketball and WNBA basketball in that market.
All right. Well, Todd Lewicki confirming yesterday to King 5 that the One Roof, the ownership group for the Kraken, led by Samantha Holloway, will indeed be putting in a bid. Here was Todd.
What we will do is we will put together a bid that has it all. And I would say the most important thing in our bid is the ability to do it and do it well.
Yeah, it goes on from there, but he's, look, he's right. They don't do anything second class. When this group decides to put their mind to something, they're going to put out quite the bid, I would think, for this NBA franchise. Adam Silver does think that there will be other bids as well. We'll see. I'm sure there'll be somebody, but I don't see anybody mounting a serious challenge to One Roof. So great news. The NBA continues its process and will be coming back to Seattle sooner rather than later.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, congrats to JSN. It's been a week of talking about his new contract, but yesterday he met with the media. He received all kinds of praise from both John Schneider and Mike McDonald and then reacted to it.
For me, what's understood doesn't have to be explained, and, I know how those guys feel about me, but, it's all, words of reinsurance, it's not too bad.
All right, so there you go. JSN happy to have his coach and his GM saying nice things about him. The Browns yesterday adjusted Myles Garrett's contract to push his roster bonus back until August 30th. Why? Well, we don't know. It does benefit both sides, but it also makes it easier for them to trade him if they want to do that. Anybody interested in Myles Garrett here in Seattle? Yeah, I'm raising my hand. I would be very interested in Myles Garrett. Please, somebody find a way to make that happen. Kraken will be in Tampa this afternoon. Again, all of these are essentially must-wins, and Tampa put a hurting on them last week. So see if they can bounce back and do it in their building. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I do have some of the big giveaway items here. I don't know if you guys can see. I've got the, this is the little mini banner. This is one of the days. What day is the mini banner this weekend? Do we know? Sunday, I think it is.
I believe that's Saturday.
Saturday, okay. And then I've got a Cal Raleigh.
I'm sorry. The replica banner is Friday.
Okay, there it is.
Saturday is the Cal Raleigh bobblehead.
Okay, I got them both there. There they are, both in screen. You can see both the Cal Raleigh bobblehead in its box and the 2025 AOS Championship banner, which you too can hang in your house. I can't wait to show these to Ryan Divish when he gets here in 30 minutes. He'll be here from 7 to 10, and we'll talk baseball almost nonstop, including with Jeff Passan next on Brock and Salk.
It's the biggest development yet since the Sonics left for OK.
Wait a minute.
You better watch your mouth, sunshine.
One step closer.
The NBA Board of Governors did vote yes to explore expansion here in Seattle.
Stay up on the very latest on the NBA's potential return to Seattle at seattlesports.com. And the conversation continues on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We are on a magic carpet ride.
Get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park.
First pitch at 7:10.
Right here on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
It is time to rewind with the Nostalgia and Retro Convention in Puyallup this weekend. Get autographs and photos with Hall of Famer Edgar Martinez and Jay Buhner. Meet Dennis Rodman and Horace Grant, Sergeant Slaughter in the Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. Music fans can meet J.C. Chazé from NSYNC, Tiffany and Debbie Gibson. Dive into a world of classic TV and movies with Ponch and John from Chips, Steve Gutenberg and Bobcat Goldthwait from Police Academy, and so many more. Saturday and Sunday at the fair in Puyallup. Buy tickets now at rewindwa.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Wow. It's a new open. It's a new world for Jeff Passan, who joins us. It will be every Tuesday at 8:30 again this year, but he had a flight yesterday, so we're a day late. Good morning, Jeff. How are you?
Oh, the days of the wet blanket are far gone, my friend.
Yeah. Listen to that hopeful sound, right?
Especially with what I'm about to say today.
Oh, no.
And I imagine we're going to get to that point, but we'll get there organically.
We will. No Brock today. I apologize. He's off today. But I got Shannon Dreyer with me, and I know she was excited to hang out and talk to you a little bit as well. So you can say hi to Shannon.
Hi, Shannon. I'm glad that we got an upgrade.
We won't tell Brock.
Yeah, I think he knows.
No, we should tell Brock, actually. Absolutely.
That's the whole point.
I tried to get Bishop in this week, but it didn't work out. So maybe we'll do that a different day. I got Shannon today. Divish is going to be in tomorrow. We're getting ready for opening day. Are you ready, Jeff? The season begins tonight. The Mariners season begins tomorrow, along with everybody else's. How ready are you for the beginning of this particular baseball season?
I'm psyched, man. And part of that is because I know there's a possibility that this is the last baseball we're going to be seeing for a little while. I'm hopeful that all of the collective bargaining mess gets worked out and that no games are missed, but I'm also honest about where things are right now. And, on the labor side, it's not great. It's not ideal. But on the baseball side, man, I've been doing this for a long, long time. I think this is year 23 for me. And I cannot remember baseball writ large being in a better position than it is right now. After the success of the pitch clock, after the success of the World Baseball Classic, with the forthcoming success, which I believe will be the case of automated balls and strikes, with the stars that are in the game, with the teams that are really peaking or getting close to peaking, with the competition, with everything. I just think the game's in a really, really great place right now. And being a baseball fan is cool. And I love that. I absolutely love it.
So how cool is it to be a Mariner fan heading into this season? What should their fans expect?
It's funny. There are people in the Mariners front office who listen to this program, and a couple days ago I had run by one of them what my World Series pick is, and literally 1 minute ago I got a text from one of them, and it says, "No, change your pick." And you know what? I'm not going to change my pick. I am picking the Seattle Mariners to go to the World Series this year. And I think they are the best team in the American League. I think they are the second best team in baseball. And I would love to have somebody change my mind on it, because I don't want to be the one who cursed Seattle. I have had that tendency in the past, and yet I cannot quit these Mariners, because so much about them, I think, embodies what I love in a baseball team and what I think makes a really successful baseball team.
Got to ask the question, Jeff, because Mariner fans are long-suffering, and so they'll tend to be pessimistic even in the best of situations. Can you kind of lay out some of the whys you see them as the favorite?
So let's start where this renaissance for the organization has begun, and that's with the starting pitching. Now, for years on this program, I've been talking about how the Mariners keeping their starting pitchers healthy has been miraculous, and how they've done a really good job, and how the players have done a really good job. So a lot of this is dependent on getting, at very least, most of a season from Brian Wu and Logan Gilbert and George Kirby and Luis Castillo. I'm hopeful that we're going to see Bryce Miller sooner than later, because God, he looked good in spring training. That velocity that we saw from him when he came up was back. And, you know, Bryce Miller working at 97 to 98 is a whole lot different than Bryce Miller 95. So if they have that group, and Emerson Hancock looked awesome this spring too. And beyond that, I don't know that we're going to see Ryan Sloan or Cade Anderson this year necessarily, but I don't discount that possibility either. Let's go to the bullpen. Andres Munoz is one of the three best closers in baseball. I think it's Mason Miller, Edwin Diaz, and him in some order. Matt Brash, one of the best setup men in baseball. They've got lefties in Jose Ferrer and Gabe Spire, so they can match up if they want to. They've got power arms in Edward Bizardo and Carlos Vargas. I just think it's a good enough and deep enough bullpen, and the Mariners have shown an ability to create relievers in the past, too. So I don't discount that there's going to be someone I didn't mention who's going to play a meaningful role. Let's go position by position now. Cal Raleigh's the best catcher in baseball. Josh Naylor, it was just such a good energy source, and people inside the clubhouse were so happy that he resigned because he fit this team well. Cole Young, a revelatory power source this spring. And I'm not suggesting that Cole Young's going to go out and hit 30 home runs, but I was talking with a scout, and he was saying, you know, Cole Young made some swing changes from the time he was drafted, and he was drafted for his hit tool, right? He's made some swing changes, and they made him a worse hitter. But what's happened, this scout said, is he has grown into his body, and he's gotten strength, and now he doesn't need to reach for power anymore. So I thought that Cole Young was going to be a really good litmus test, because if the Mariners left camp with Colt Emerson, that meant that something bad happened with Cole Young. Now they have Colt Emerson in their pocket. And, you know, whether he plays shortstop or second or third base, whether he's even a part of this team, they know that he's on the cusp and going to be a central part of this organization going forward. But for now, you know, Leo Rivas filling in at shortstop, but when J.P. Crawford comes back, we know what he can do. I adore Brendan Donovan as a player, the versatility, the on-base, the bat-to-ball. And then Randy Arozarena in the left field, solid Julio Rodriguez in center field. You know, maybe this is the year that we see not just really good Julio, but MVP Julio, and figuring out at-bats among Dom Canzone and Victor Robles and Rob Refsnyder and Luke Raley in right field and DH. I just think that's a great roster, guys. It's a deep roster. It's a solid roster. It's a high floor, but also a high ceiling roster. And so for all of those reasons, I think it's the best in the American League, and I think that the Mariners are going to win the pennant this year.
Yeah, it's funny. You could have just said they have the most complete roster, and you could have saved us the last 6 minutes. I mean, I don't know why you needed to go and show off that, you know, you knew all those names. You could have just said complete, and we would have understood what you meant, Jeff.
You know, maybe next time I'll bring my C- effort that you're demanding, Mike.
Well,
but,
Hemingway was all about brevity.
Now,
you know, Hemingway liked brevity. If you want to be more of a, you know, excess word guy, that's fine.
That's what I've been my whole career, buddy, and look at where it's taken me to doing morning radio hits in Seattle.
Wow!
Can I put my hand up here?
What a world!
This is the Jeff Passan Show right now.
Is it?
Yes.
We call it that?
Oh. It is.
All right.
More Jeff.
Yeah, I knew I liked it when Shannon was here.
How dare you? I'm being outnumbered. This is unfair. All right, well, then let's talk about Cal and Julio. Yeah, those are the two guys sort of at the center of all of it offensively. What can you reasonably expect from Cal to follow up what he did last year? And what can you expect from Julio in the is this the year at all? You know, he puts it all together. What can we expect from these two?
Well, I don't think it would be fair or reasonable to expect 60 home runs again from Cal Raleigh, because let's not forget, no catcher in history had come close to that number. So I don't even know if 50 is a reasonable expectation, frankly. But a 40-plus home run season from Cal Raleigh, and more than that, I think, is that he's just not afraid of moments. He loves them. He wants them. He embraces them. And while the strikeouts are always going to be a frustrating part of his game, they're the price that you pay for all of the big swings that he takes. Julio, on the other hand, what more can we see? I think it was a really good sign that his strikeout rate last year dipped by 4%. And I'm not suggesting that Julio Rodriguez is going to get a sub 20% strikeout rate, but to me, that would be a marker that if you were to look at and see that he's doing that, all of the other elements of his game, the speed and the base running, that will play up even more if he's putting the ball in play more. And so I think, the power, it's there. Is Julio going to be a 40 home run guy? He sure could be. And if you're asking, like, where are those 20 home runs that might come off of Cal Raleigh's total going to come from, that to me is, if there is a question about the 2026 Mariners, it's that Cal Raleigh had a once-in-a-lifetime season last year. And while he's still going to be excellent this year, once in a lifetime is once in a lifetime. And so how does the offense make up for, I'm not going to even say the lack of production, but the difference in production from what they got from Cal Raleigh last year?
How much of an impact could a healthy rotation this year have in terms of that?
Fair point, because they were banged up at times last year. I mean, it was Kirby at the beginning of the season, and it was Gilbert a little after that, and it was Wu, and there's always questions about Luis Castillo's elbow. You don't have a Tommy John clause in your contract if it's not at least at the back of your mind that it could be something problematic there. But what I really am curious to see, Shannon, is which among them winds up being that front of the rotation guy. I think in all of our heads, we thought it was going to be Logan Gilbert going into last year, and Brian Woot was the best pitcher on that staff when he was out there. And yet Logan Gilbert, 2 years from free agency now, and I think that he understands having a big season this year is going to go a long way to getting him paid the way that he wants to get paid. And, whether that's with the Mariners or not, I don't know. There have been discussions there. They have not gone, they haven't frankly gotten all that close to a deal coming together. But at the same time, I know Logan Gilbert would like to stick around. I also know that the allure of free agency, which again, 2 years away, so this is a little bit premature discussion, but the allure of free agency as those arbitration years go by, grows and grows for players. And that Logan Gilbert's ability to, he is, I think, more than any of the guys on staff, and you see Kirby, up to 99. Frankly, he's like sitting 98 to 99 with the pinpoint accurate command that he's got is extraordinary to watch. And Wu is just so efficient. And I love watching Brian Wu pitch just because it's easy, it's simple, it's repeatable, and the way he keeps hitters off balance is great. But if you were to build like an archetypal modern pitcher, Logan Gilbert's right up there with the best of them. He's got the size, he's got the pitch ability, he's got the confidence not just to throw his stuff, but to learn new pitches and unleash them in game. And he is always evolving. And that's a sort of new thing over the last decade or so. If you were a power pitcher before that, you had your stuff and you stuck with it. But this is, I'm not going to say that Logan Gilbert's, Greg Maddux by any means. That's more like the Kirby archetype. But what I will say is that the willingness for a power pitcher to change and to evolve over time, that's typically something you don't see from power pitchers until they get into their 30s and their stuff recedes. Logan Gilbert is actively chasing that. And the pursuit of knowledge and ability is what I like about him the most.
Jeff Passan with us from ESPN, and he's going to be with us every Tuesday at 8:30 throughout the season as we get ready for opening day tomorrow. There are still a couple of question marks, a little bit of concern on what happens to the bullpen after the first few names. It takes 8, 10, 12, 13 guys over the course of the season, and I think that there's some question marks there. Perhaps some depth in the rotation question marks after the first 5 or 6 guys and before you eventually get to Sloan and or Kate Anderson. But if there's one thing that I just sort of have on my mind as, hey, as a question mark, it's can they deal with the weight of expectations, which is new for this franchise, new for this group, and really hard to deal with in this sport in particular, I think. What are the keys to dealing with the weight of expectations?
Can you expand on that a little? I'm curious why you think it's tougher in baseball than other sports.
Because you can't, in baseball, just get fired up and get over it. Like, you can get yourself fired up in football and just be like, whatever, let's go out and hit harder. You can do that in hockey. In basketball, you can play on adrenaline, and generally the best player in basketball is still going to put up 35 points and 15 boards every night because that's what they do. They get their numbers. But baseball's not like that. There's so much more mental. There's so much more controlling your emotions. It's closer to golf in that way. I think golf would be the other one where dealing with expectations is so hard. I think I'd put baseball probably next. And we've seen it with the Mariners over the last few years. Every year and every time we get all excited, they go out and play their worst ball. And then every time we're like, oh, my God, this thing's done. They win like 17 out of 18. So that figuring out how to deal with that right off the bat, I think would be, if they can start fast this year, I think it just continues to allow this thing to build, and they may win 100 games when it's all said and done.
I think that was a really good explanation, and I agree with that. But I also think that you kind of made a point that's opposite to what you were intending, and that's this. They've been through all of that, right? And so when you've been through it, you know how to weather it. You know that expectations can be the death of you. And so that's something that is within your control. And so much in this game is not within your control, Mike. It's like when you're at the plate, you have no idea what's coming, and you have to adjust to it. It's an inherently reactionary sport. When you're in the field, same way. The only person who's controlling anything are the pitcher and the catcher. And it just so happens that the Mariners have what I think is, when Bryce Miller's healthy, the best rotation in baseball. And they have a lineup that's been through the vagaries of ups and downs. So I think if they were young and this were new, it would be a little bit more difficult. But I think they're honest with themselves about the nature of baseball. And because they've lived it, they're going to be a lot more capable of handling it.
Jeff, knowing that there's no certainty in baseball or a baseball player, who do you feel is a lock on this team to perform?
I think Julio has shown. I think now that we've recalibrated our expectations of him, right? And by that I mean when he came up and had that rookie season that he did, it was like, oh my God, what is this man going to be? And so everything that we looked at for the next couple of years, I think, was through the lens of Julio Rodriguez is going to be the super duper star of super duper stars. But now I look at him and it's just, he's been consistently in every category, like year over year, almost the same. We know that we are going to get plus center field defense from him. We know he's going to bat somewhere in the 270 range, and he's going to get on base 33% or so of the time, and that he's going to slug 475 to 500. And, maybe there's more there, right? he's still, I mean, what is he now? 25? That's insane to think about that. Julio Rodriguez has been around for a half decade at this point, but he's still in that time where I think there are parts of his game that he's just figuring out how to unlock. And so when you start with a floor of what I just said, and you know that the likelihood is greater that he's going to go more toward his ceiling than underneath that floor, it's a hell of a place to start when you have a franchise that has a consistent 5-win center fielder. And with Cal Raleigh, I don't think he's going to have a better season than last year, because I'm not sure that he can. I'm not sure anyone can. But I think he's put himself now in that echelon where I think he understands who he is, what he can be, and just how foundational he is to this team. Like he is the leader. He is the heart. He is what makes the Mariners tick. And is there a better place? I suppose you could say shortstop, but is there a better place to start than with a franchise center fielder and a franchise catcher?
Pretty good up the middle. Yeah, it's pretty good up the middle. I think I still would have gone with Josh Naylor as the person that I feel the most confident with what they're going to do this year. I feel like he's just
really.
Yeah, I think he's just the player that I think what we saw last year when he came over is who he is. His numbers are pretty steady. He's going to hit for a decent average. He's going to hit close to 20 home runs. He's going to steal 40 or 50 bases. And, I think we just know who he is.
He's going to steal 40.
I just slid that in to see if you guys were listening to me.
Yeah, I know. We do usually ignore you.
I
but
figured.
That one stood out.
Okay.
What's your actual number on Naylor stolen bases?
Of all the things I have, what was it last year? 30 when it was all said and done?
30, yeah.
And it was 20 with the Mariners? Man, in 2 months. So if it was 20 in 2 months, that's 10 a month. I mean, that does work out to about 60. I'm going to give him 25.
All right.
25.
I'm going 18.
Okay.
And that feels generous, because going into last season, I think the most he had stolen in a year was 9 or 10.
Hilarious. It was hilarious, man. And thank you to Jeff Passan. That is the first of many conversations that we'll have with Jeff over the course of this season. Generally, that'll be Tuesdays at 8:30, replay on Wednesday morning at 6:30 in case you miss it. And Jeff's on record. He is pretty in on this Mariners team, and he's not alone. I mean, you kind of go through it. It was Jeff Passan, it's Jordan Schusterman, it's John Morosi, it's Jesse Roger. It's just one after another. Every guest, Buster Olney. Every guest that's been on the station, every piece of sound that Mora's pulled, the sound hound over there, from across the media landscape, everybody's all in on this Mariner team. Everybody is all in on this Mariner team, which is great, and for good reason. As I've said a bunch of times, the word that I keep using is complete. I think Jeff's 6-minute answer on why he believes in the Mariners could have essentially boiled down to they're a complete baseball team. Starting pitching, relief pitching, offense, defense, infield, outfield, strong up the middle, big time heart of the batting order, but with some real legitimate strength at the bottom as well, speed and base running. There is not one thing that you need to be able to do in baseball that this team shouldn't be good at. They should be good at all those things. They've got power. They've got the ability to move runners around and play smaller ball. They really can do whatever it is the game calls for. There's only one thing left to do. No, it's not the words Cal Raleigh used last year and Major League ode, but it just go out and do it. Just go out and play. And that's all going to start tonight. Can't wait. If you are trying to figure out how to watch the team this year, we'll say this a bunch today, but if you're waking up just now, go to mariners.com/watch, and you can type in your zip code and your provider, and you'll get all the details on how to watch the team this year. Mariners.com/watch. And, of course, you can always listen to every game here on Seattle Sports on 710 or on the Seattle Sports app. All right, if you're reading about the Mariners, you can do that at seattlesports.com. Some of you may choose to read the pages of the Seattle Times, and you'll read Ryan Divish there. Well, guess what? First time ever, Ryan Divish in our building for 3 straight hours. That's right. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The NBA takes its biggest step yet to bringing the Sonics back to Seattle.
The NBA Board of Governors has officially greenlit a deeper look at expansion to Seattle.
Cairo News Radio's Luke Ducey has been following this.
Amanda, what a huge story for the city.
Speculation is that it's going to be 28-29 that season.
Stay plugged into the very latest at mynorthwest.com.
I'm super excited for the jobs, the restaurants.
And Cairo News Radio 97.3 FM.
We are on a magic carpet ride.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest.
Muckleshoot. The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton. Finance the 2026 Corolla LE or the Corolla Cross L at 4.99% APR for 72 months, or lease the 2026 Camry LE at $279 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 1852, 6302, 2552.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The deadline for filing taxes is coming up. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
What in the world is going on?
You didn't hear? You can get iPhone 16e at Cricket Wireless for $0 when you switch.
iPhone 16e for $0.
No way. Yeah, and it has Apple Intelligence so you can clean up your photos.
Clean up your photos.
Okay, but what's the hurry?
The offer ends soon.
What they said.
Switch to Cricket and get iPhone 16e for $0 with no activation fee. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line and port in on the $60 Supreme Unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Terms and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Empower.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
How about this? Never done this before. Ryan Divish of the Seattle Times. Here in studio. You've been on the show I don't know how many times over the 17-year history, but here you are in studio for the first time. Thanks for doing this. We've been trying to set this up for like a couple of years, and the timing never works. And finally it did this week, and Brock's out, and here you are. What's up?
Oh, it's good. I mean, I think part of it was I spent most of my off seasons in Montana.
That is a part of it, yeah.
You know, and then when you have the raspy kind of Cal voice,
yeah.
You know, you don't want people to think that you have Cal on.
I mean, why would that be a problem?
You know, I just try and, keep to my process, and then try and, put the team ahead of me first.
It really is remarkable how similar you and Cal sound. It is one of the strangest parts of both of you, to be honest.
It's probably remarkable how much me and Cal think alike on a lot of things too. Maybe it's the catcher thing, but
yeah,
his derision of pitchers while loving them but hating them at the same time. I'm the same way, and I don't know. It's cool to be here, honestly. Like I've watched and I've done it. I know I text you guys sometimes. But I'll watch when I'm in Montana. They have it on SWX, or else I put it on YouTube, and mostly to make fun of your guys' clothing.
Yeah, that's easy to do. Yeah, fair.
You're not dressed like a 7th grade science teacher today.
No, do I do that sometimes?
Yes, sometimes.
Yeah. And I was sort of hoping Lyle would give you the short shorts today, but it's too cold out for Lyle's short shorts.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but Lyle's graduated the 5-inch inseam instead of the 7-inch.
Yeah, why not?
I mean,
Lyle likes to show off a little leg. That's okay. Anyway, well, it's good to have you here. We're going to talk Mariners really all morning. And opening day later tonight, Logan Gilbert on the hill, the start of this season with just incredible expectations for the Mariners. I can't remember anything like this. I know we talked about Believe Big in 2010, which was a big misnomer and did not work out at all. Truly one of the most despicable teams of all time. This doesn't feel that way at all. This feels so much more legitimate. It feels so much more bought in, and it's almost no matter who you talk to, they are pumped for what they're going to see this year.
Yeah, I started covering, I think my first game covering out here, the Mariners, was 2006. My first year at spring training, where I was doing more of the full travel, was 2008. That was a really collection of winners and great people. But I have never, since then, I've never sat there and said that this is a World Series team going into a season. This year, I said it. In past years, never said it. I think in 08, I didn't know enough. I was there. I didn't realize how kind of inept John McLaren was as a manager, how dysfunctional the clubhouse was, and like how kind of like their talent was degrading fast. You're talking about Richie Sexton, Jose Vidro. They brought in Brad Wilkerson for like $9 million. Oof. Carlos Silva, who ate 4x4 In-N-Out burgers in front of me. I mean, like, that team was so bad, and I thought it was going to be good because they were good the year before, and they went out and got Eric Bedard, and it was so bad. Mm-hmm. And then so bad that, like, Niehaus came up to me in the Oakland press box. We're about 50 games in or 60 games in, and they're just awful. And he looks at me and he says, "Kid," and he used a couple expletives and said, "You can't believe you signed up for this, can you?"
So fast forward to today, this has to feel pretty good.
Oh, it's just, one, the people that they have within the organization on the roster are good people. They're easy to work with. They're legitimately good human beings. There's nothing fake about it. And then too, like the talent level and the roster and everything else. Like this is the Mariners organization as a whole, from the minor leagues to the big league club to their development coaches to their front office, everything else. This is the best it's ever been. There's never been a time where it's been more functional and more synced up. And I think, a lot of credit goes to DePoto, Justin Hollander. You still should give credit to Scott Service for help build the standard that they have on the roster. But I think, if they hadn't done the rebuild, think about this. If they hadn't done that rebuild, the step back, where would they be? If they kept trying to piece it together with their old way of thinking, hey, let's patch this together.
So that is right. I mean, what you're saying is like my most passionate take in general is that this is why you did this.
Yeah.
This is why you rebuilt. And for all the people at the time, the Mariners have been rebuilding for 20 years. No, they hadn't.
No.
The Mariners had been trying to piece it together for 20 years and never getting all the way there. And look, the team with Seager and Cano and Cruz and Felix, and it was a good team.
Yeah.
It was, and they might have gotten there. They might have. But they did not have all of the assets that this group has that makes it a complete organization that allows them to have fill-in talent when they need it at the AAA level, that has legitimate trade targets if they want to give things up. They have all of that. It's just a fully formed organization with a full plan from top to bottom, and it just wasn't that before the step back.
No, and if you look at it, even in the peak times where the big league roster was good, their minor league system then had taken a hit. Like Pat Gillick, when he built the 01 team, he did it through a lot of free agency, so they were losing draft picks, and they had some missed draft picks. I mean, the Bill Bavasi drafts in the years before that were awful. Like, they synced it all up, and so the Seager year, the 18 year, when they said this isn't a team that can win consistently, and you're like, it was aging fast. I mean, and you throw in the PED stuff with Robbie Cano, like there were a ton of questions surrounding that team and whether it could be good or not. And you're right, they weren't rebuilding before, because if they would have been rebuilding before, they would have traded Felix Hernandez to get the maximum amount of what you can get. And they weren't, and it's pretty seminal. Like I wrote in our special section about Cal and Julio becoming kind of the pillars of this rebuild. How many iterations of the core group did they go through? It was Justin Dunn, Jared Kelenic, Justice Sheffield. Then, they add some more. But, Justice Sheffield. Oh, man.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
But you bring in Julio, then you have Julio and Cal. And I think, honestly, those guys come up, and then you get Munoz at a very young age. You get these kind of pieces, and you build it up. I mean, it's just in a different spot than it's ever been. And it's sustainable.
Yeah, I think, again, I've said this a lot throughout the spring. Draft, develop, and trade is Jerry's phrase, and I don't think it tells the whole story, because I think you have to use the word retain. They may not go crazy in free agency, but they absolutely have, I think, done an A-plus job of retaining the talent that they want once it's here. Obviously, the Cal signing is the biggest example of that, but Julio signing, the Luis Castillo signing, you mentioned Munoz, and they signed him up long-term. Like, they've done a really nice job of keeping that core and saying, no, this is the group we all want together. And, yeah, there may be some ancillary pieces, but throw Josh Naylor onto that. Once he showed that he was part of the core nucleus of what this team was doing, bang, you see the money spent to sign him long-term. Be curious to see if Brendan Donovan ends up fitting there. He's a little older, right, by the time he gets here, but he's on the, last year of his deal? No, 2 years left in his deal. So, is it 1 or 2? Now I'm blanking. Lyle, 2. Thank you.
Yeah.
2 years left. So if he shows that he's one of those guys, do they then invest in someone like Brendan Donovan and say, okay, well, this is the actual philosophy of this organization, and if it doesn't happen with Logan Gilbert or some of these other pitchers, that will be another data point, I think, for us, but may also just speak to how high they are on a couple of the young pitchers that aren't even in the big leagues yet.
Well, and pitching, I think evaluating pitching and extending pitching is different than extending a position player.
Yep.
The draft, develop, and trade kind of motto, a lot of times they use the Braves for it. And the Braves did extend. They extended Acuna. They extended Albies, Austin Riley, all those guys. They get Matt Olson. They trade for Matt Olson, extend him. So you're right. Like, that's a big part of it. And I think also when you do that, when you extend your guys, you have a better feel for who they are and why you want to extend them versus going out and signing a free agent that, sure, you've done the legwork and everything, but you still don't know who they are, what they're about. With Naylor, they got a 2.5-month audition.
Yep.
So it was easy for them to say, hey, this guy fits.
Luis Castillo, same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'd seen Julio in the big leagues. Yeah, I think it has been one of the really wise things they've done. All right, so as we get ready to move on, and by the way, Justin Hollander has been a big architect of this. Will join us at 8:30 this morning. Kevin Seitzer, hitting coach, going to join us at 9 o'clock. We move things around specifically for you, Ryan, so that you could take calls at 9:30. Seitz was supposed to be at 9:30. I sent a special request to the Mariners to move him to 9 o'clock so that you could take calls and interact with people at 9:30.
You know why he's so excited for this, right, Ryan?
Because I'll get angry.
Well, because he usually takes heat for being too mean to the callers, and he thinks you're going to make him look good.
I'm going to be the nice guy. This is going to be awesome.
You're going to be the good cop.
Yes, I get to be the good cop instead of working with Brock all the time, where Brock gets to be the shining pillar example of what everyone's supposed to be and all that is holy and good in the world, and I have to be the evil stepbrother or whatever. Like, I get to be the nice guy, and you can be the jerk for a few minutes.
It just comes naturally, I think, for both of us on some level. I get so angry when you guys take calls at sometimes because I'll be driving and listening. Why do you do this? I swear to God, you do this just to aggravate me.
I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. We'll do that at 9:30. We're going to spend the whole morning getting ready for opening day. A lot of questions for you. We'll do some interviews as well. Stick around. We'll give you everything you need to know next. Ryan Divish, Seattle Times, is here all morning long on Brock and Salk.
The sounds of spring have already begun.
Mariners spring training, best week of our year.
But if you listen close enough, you can still hear echoes of last fall.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
These guys raise the bar.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
You guys ready?
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park. Hear every pitch wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes are going to come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price never changed for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet's going to stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
P&D Tree Service, local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service, any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job, Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park.
First pitch at 7:10.
Right here on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart. Just complete the purchase. Hurry. This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know.
Do you know what you were doing 5 months and 6 days ago? You were watching the last time the Mariners took a baseball field for real. They will do it again for a meaningful game tonight. Opening day at T-Mobile Park, and we'll see that AL West banner hung. We'll see the start of what promises to be one of the better seasons in Mariners history, hopefully the best that we've ever seen. Logan Gilbert gets the ball against Tanner Bybee and the Guardians. First of a 4-game series. I've got cuts for days of everyone and their mother picking the Mariners. Here's Jordan Schusterman with Bump and Stacy.
Is there going to be another team in the West that really pushes Seattle? I think you don't want to completely push the Astros to the side. I'm sure the Rangers expect to be much better than they were last year. Are the A's an actual upstart team that can be taken seriously, or are they still a year or two away? All of those are valid questions, but the Mariners are I think, have established themselves in the American League as a team with not only one of the highest ceilings, but also one of the highest floors.
Yeah, it just such a complete roster, and it was set yesterday. Ryan Divish, who's here with me today from the Seattle Times. No real surprises. Ryan Bliss makes the team. J.P. Crawford, Miles Masterboni, both on IL. Cooper Criswell, Casey Legumina, Emerson Hancock all start with the big league club with Bryce Miller injured. What jumped out to you as you saw the roster released yesterday?
Nothing really, honestly. It was pretty standard. I think the one thing is and you've talked about this, the concern over the middle relief should be real. Also because those guys are out of options. Carlos Vargas, Casey Legumina are out of options. So if they have to make a move, you go to Oakland and you get beaten up in that park, that could have potential effects on guys on your roster and the depth that you created in the offseason.
I know you love thinking about the lineup. We'll get the first lineup of the year later today. Shannon and I were going through how we would do it yesterday. I got to imagine that starts, Brendan Donovan, probably Cal, then Julio, then Josh Naylor.
I think Randy will bat 5. I was listening to your lineup. I think Randy will bat 5 just because it's Randy.
Yeah, just for emotional support.
And then they'll move Rayleigh 6. And also, you want to have those guys that your platoon guys that you could switch out in different spots based on if there's a lefty reliever coming in.
You go lefty, righty, lefty then, right? Rayleigh goes, and then probably Canzone, Cole Young, and finish it up with Leo Rivas.
I mean, think about
that's pretty good. That's a pretty good lineup.
I mean, think about this. Even when JP comes back, you're talking about a guy that's probably a 330, 340 on base percentage guy. Gives you a really good at bat. He's going to be batting 9th.
Yeah, he's a 3-win player for almost every year of his career. Yeah.
I mean, that's a really good lineup. And the thing is we talk about this. Guys like that going on the IL to start the season, it isn't a catastrophe like it used to be. Going into the season before, when a guy would get hurt, you're like, how do they fill this?
Yep.
But because they have better roster construction than they've ever had, they can fill those spots.
Yankees beat the Giants in the Netflix opener last night. And now we know where you can find Mariner games on TV. I won't go through all of it. Greg Green's going to join us from the team in a few minutes. But go to mariners.com/watch and type in your zip code and your provider, and you can get all that information. Everybody's freaking out about it. But go to mariners.com/watch, and they've got all the info. And, of course, you can always listen to every game right here on 710 or on the Seattle Sports app.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
NBA Board of Governors voted as expected yesterday. They will move forward with the expansion process in both Seattle and Vegas. So the next step is the league starts their formal talks with prospective ownership groups. They hired an investment bank to be a strategic advisor, but this is now going down. We know that the group led by Samantha Holloway, the newly formed One Roof Sports and Entertainment, will bid. Todd Lywicki said that yesterday.
And to be honest with you, the confidence I feel in our ownership group, we've not made any mistakes. We've not gone back once and asked the public for anything other than the deal struck before a global pandemic, before supply chains, before cost increases. Our track record is fantastic, and I'm super proud of it. I'm super proud of Samantha. Our building's ready, and most importantly, the fans are ready.
Yeah, I think everyone is. I was on King 5, and they will certainly bid. Now, Adam Silver said that there will be other bidders, he thinks. I guess. I wouldn't bid against this team. If you did and you won the bid, you'd have to pay them rent.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They've been lining this up for so long. Tim Booth, our reporter that's been handling this, has done a great job, and he even said, why would you bid against them?
I wouldn't.
Because they'll go over the top of you anyway.
Yeah, Adam Silver, again, very positive after the Board of Governors meeting.
As to why it might not happen, at least standing here today, there's nothing that I see in the relatively short-term future of this league that would indicate in any way that there won't be enormous interest in those markets and that the board will continue to support moving forward.
Yeah, so this thing is going to happen, which is what we've been hearing now for a couple of weeks, and it sure feels as if it will be Samantha Holloway's team.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Browns adjusted Myles Garrett's salary and his contract yesterday, pushed his roster bonus back until the end of August. Why? I think it makes it easier for them and for him. But more than anything, if they want to trade him, they can now. And if you are the Seahawks, you should be interested. He's Myles Garrett, and he plays the most important position on the defense, plays it better than anybody else. And it's a position that, quite frankly, you need some help at after losing Boye Mafe and knowing where the future is for DeMarcus Lawrence and for Uchenna Nwosu and even for Derek Hall. So I would love to see them involved in something like that. Kraken will be in Tampa this afternoon. Almost a must-win game for them as they are coming down the home stretch and really need every single win. So that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Ryan Divish is here all morning long. We will take calls with Divish in 2 hours at 9:30. I can't wait. Justin Hollander will join us here on opening day at 8:30. And for everyone freaking out, and there have been a lot of people, I'm sure that your mentions have been fairly messy with everybody trying to figure out how to watch the Mariners this year.
I'm actually texting my parents here in a little bit to tell them what channels. Like, I was in Montana to get my vehicle, and my mom was literally going to cancel their Spectrum and go sign up for the streaming because she was worried that she wasn't going to get it. My fiance didn't know what channel it was going to be on. I was getting upwards of 2 to 3 emails every single day.
This is just from your family.
Yeah, this is my family, but I was getting emails from fans from about the start of spring training. This is the most anticipated season in Mariners history. And like not knowing, and like there's a large portion of the fan base that uses traditional cable to get their viewing, and not knowing, and
it's stressful.
Yeah, and God bless my mom, but she doesn't handle that kind of stuff well.
Well, she's not alone. I mean, we were getting texts from people. One guy said that he was having panic attacks because he couldn't figure out where the Mariners were.
And then
be.
I had dealt with some people that were confused by the initial and where they signed up for the $99 thinking that was part of their cable streaming. And the Mariners have been very cool and said, look, we'll refund you if they had that kind of miscommunication.
Well, we'll ask Greg about that. Greg Greene, who's Mariners vice president in charge of all this stuff of marketing communications. Greg's going to join us next. We'll walk through all the details. If you have any questions about what you've got to pay for and how it all works, we're going to get them all answered next on Brock and Salk.
It's the biggest development yet since the Sonics left for OK.
Wait a minute.
You better watch your mouth, sunshine.
One step closer.
The NBA Board of Governors did vote yes to explore expansion here in Seattle.
Stay up on the very latest on the NBA's potential return to Seattle at seattlesports.com. And the conversation continues on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We are on a magic carpet ride.
Is in full swing, and Toyota of Kirkland is kicking things off with 2 lineup standouts, the Camry and the Corolla. Whether you want the Camry's smooth power or the Corolla's reliable efficiency, these are the cars built to get you to every first pitch. Take a test drive today so you can take home your new Toyota that same day. No waiting, no extra innings. Step up to the plate at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hear that? Sounds like simple. Valvoline Instant Oil Change simple. No appointments. About 15 minutes to change your oil. Then out the door and back to life.
Yeah, honey, on my way.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Expert service doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with with ZipRecruiter.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Can you imagine a world where you leave the house and you take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you? Well, thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice. You're streaming the other game in 4K just like that. Or how about in the airport? You can download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? Well, that's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Some restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, the regular rates apply, but go check it all right now. Put it right in your fingertips with XfinityMobile.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, you just said it, Ryan. It is the most anticipated Mariners season in history. There has never before been this kind of excitement. Certainly not in the 17 years that I've lived in Seattle. I can't speak for how things felt in 2002 or 1996. I wasn't here then, so I won't speak to that. But as for the 17 years that this station has been on the air, and opening day is always special to me because, well, not for all the normal reasons, but also because we launched the station on an opening day. It was about a week later than it is now, but it's now been 17 years, 17 baseball seasons since we launched this station amidst the worst sports climate like ever, right? I mean, if you go back to 2008, the Seahawks were awful. The Sonics left. The Mariners were not good. The Huskies were 0-12. Like, it was a disaster. And the economy crashed. We were like, let's start a sports station in Seattle. Why wouldn't we? And so here we are all these years later, getting ready for what should be just an awesome, awesome baseball season. And the biggest question on a lot of fans' minds, how do I watch the games? So mariners.com/watch is available for you. But Greg Greene, Senior Vice President, Marketing and Communications for the Mariners, is going to help us out, kind of go through some of the basics here. Greg, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. It is an exciting Mariners season ahead. You're absolutely right. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, happy opening day to you. It is a very
happy opening day to you.
Yes, a very special kind of a day. I'm sure your last 24 hours or so have been incredibly busy as all of these deals came down from Major League Baseball. Tell fans what they need to know about watching the Mariners this year.
You know, the simplest place to start is where you watched last season. So if you watched on Xfinity last season, you're going to be able to watch on Xfinity Comcast this year. The channel's new. You're going to be on channel 1261. If you watched on DirecTV or Fubo or Spectrum, kind of the main providers, you'll be able to watch Mariners baseball there as well. You could go to mariners.com/watch to find the specific channels, look up your cable provider, you plug in your zip code right there, and it gives you the list of provider options, and then it gives you a channel. So, the basics of it is where you watched last season, you're going to be able to watch Mariners TV this season, which is great news.
Okay, so let me, on behalf of a fan, so if I'm planning to watch through DirecTV or Comcast, do I need to go and purchase the $20 a month subscription to watch the games through the app?
No.
Okay, so I don't need to do that. That is separate.
Nope.
That is for somebody who's
if you had Mariners baseball on your subscription package last year, you're going to have it this year. If you go to Xfinity, a lot of fans have Comcast Xfinity. If they go to channel 1261 right now, they'll see a slate up that says game time tonight. The broadcast is going to start at 6:00. And you'll be able to watch Mariners TV there all season long.
So essentially, and we've talked about this before, I know the answer to this, but I'll set you up for it again. So essentially,
right.
If you were used to watching Root Sports in the past, your experience is going to be essentially exactly the same from a half hour before the game until, a half hour, an hour after the game. You just won't have all of the rest of whatever Root Sports used to put out between the infomercials and other Mariners-related programming. That goes away, but everything else should be almost exactly the same.
Yeah, you'll get all the Mariners broadcasts. The games will re-air after they play on Mariners TV, and then you'll see that slate go back up when the next game is on. There's always the national exclusives that won't be on Mariners TV. We're on Apple TV tomorrow, and then on Peacock on Sunday. But, close to 150 games this season on Mariners TV.
All right, so what about the other streaming services? What if I have Roku or Hulu or YouTube TV? These are text questions that we're getting now. What if we have one of the streaming services?
So the best way to stream Mariners baseball is through Mariners.tv. So you can go to Mariners.com/watch. You can sign up for Mariners.tv. It's $19.99 a month, or $99.99 for the entire season, and you can get all the broadcasts, save for the national exclusivities.
Okay, what about DirecTV's Stream? Because they have a streaming service in addition to their satellite service. Is that considered satellite or is that considered stream?
I believe that's considered stream, but that will be on the channel finder as well.
Okay, so we'll check on that one. Ryan, what else am I missing here? Out of town? What about Montana, Idaho, Alaska? Hawaii, Oregon. What do people need to know?
So again, it's the same. If you watch Mariners baseball through your cable provider in our region, which all those places you just mentioned are on our region, you'll be able to go to Mariners.com/watch, put in your zip code, and look it up. Now, if you're in those regions and you want to stream, same thing. You can go to Mariners.tv and sign up for $19.99 a month or $99 a year and stream the games in all those regions through Mariners.tv.
Greg, the landmark of being able to stream games in your footprint has been huge for every organization. How much are your subscriptions up on your streaming-based app like this year? Because we've talked about how anticipated it is during the season, but how many more subscriptions are you guys looking at on that stream? Because it's a huge deal to have that ability.
We so far have just had our spring training broadcasts and webcasts up. So a lot of people are now signing up. We're just starting to see, people sign up for the yearly and monthly subscriptions for the season. So we don't have our full slate of numbers in compared to last year. I know a lot of fans were excited to stream last season and streamed all the way through the regular season. We got to watch Cal hit 60 at home in October on the streaming platform. So that was fantastic. But I know it's been welcome. It's great to be able to take Mariners baseball wherever you go and tune in the games. And I know what you're saying, right? People were really looking forward to that. That was great to add this year. And the product gets even better this year with Mariners TV and working with Major League Baseball on that streaming service.
Greg, when we talk at the last day of this, I asked Lyle this question earlier this morning. I'll ask you on the last day of this season, as the Mariners have clinched and are getting ready to go to the playoffs again, and they've got the #1 seed and all that. When I ask you on that day, what was your favorite part about this year's Mariners team? What do you think you will say?
Wow. That's a great question. So this coming season?
Yep. Fast forwarding to the end. When you look back, what will you say was your favorite part about this team?
Yeah, it's probably going to be hard to decide between Julio's MVP year or Brian Wu's Cy Young year. I'm going to have a hard time deciding between the two, but I'm going to go Julio's MVP breakout year.
Yeah, that will be pretty fun. Yeah, that'll be a fun conversation. Yeah, I'm in for that.
Let's do that.
I'm into that. That sounds good.
Greg, I was hoping you were going to say
or maybe Cal just takes it to another level. It's Cal 80 home runs or something we can't even think of.
71 would be pretty cool. I mean, how cool would it be to
know.
have a clean home run record? That would be kind of awesome.
I mean, that would be great.
I was hoping you were going to say the death of Humpy.
Stop it.
You know,
how dare you,
turning him into chum. And
how dare you,
day,
Ryan?
Wow.
Ryan Divish.
I need a shirt that says I hate Humpy.
No, Ryan, you're so grumpy. How dare you?
You need a shirt that says I hate everything. Come on now.
Not on opening day.
How can you hate the fish?
I hate Humpy.
Mora asked me the other day if we could add another marine animal to the race. What would it be?
That was an answer to the question, jerk.
Oh yeah, maybe it was. Okay. And I thought maybe an orca would work well. Is there any like if you put an orca behind the 4 salmon, how much faster do you think those guys would run?
Yeah, I think it actually has shown up. The Sounders mascot did show up once, and they did move a little bit faster.
Yeah, I bet. Pretty motivating.
So, they get them going. There are some special guest appearances with the salmon, and I know our game entertainment crew's got some surprises cooked up tonight. So it's going to be always a fun show at the ballpark. Opening day is magical, and it's going to be even more special tonight, raising that banner in right field.
Yeah, I want to hear about that. I will spare you my rant about how opening day should be during the day. I know it is not up to you guys necessarily, but I wish opening day was during the day. I love the idea of taking the kids out of school, making it a special day, it just adds to just this incredible atmosphere. It's such a bummer to me that Major League Baseball doesn't insist on all opening day games being day games. But whatever, I'm willing to let that go. I get it. The world has changed. Tonight is going to be awesome. What time do festivities actually start, and what kind of things can we expect before the game begins?
Yeah, the show starts at 6:30. I'm with you. Opening day should be a holiday. I mean, it should be a national holiday. We should take the kids out of school. Go celebrate our great game here. But, we'll have the magenta carpet of introductions from right field. We have our Make-A-Wish kiddo christening the bases every year. I've seen that now, I think, 26, 27 times we've done it at T-Mobile Park, and it gets me every time. It's such a special, magical moment. Like I said, we're going to be raising the banner in right field. Presenting awards to, Cal and Julio, others pregame. We got some other tricks and special guests up our sleeve tonight. There are just a few tickets remaining, not many, but if you can, come on down here. It is magical. And if not, looking forward to sharing the broadcast on Mariners TV. And again, fans can go to mariners.com/watch to get all that info.
Who's throwing out the first pitch tonight?
No, we're going to keep that a surprise.
I thought maybe I'd trip you up. I thought if I just asked quick, you just forget we were on the radio and maybe just answer the question. I don't know.
Ryan thinks it should be Humpy based on his performance last season and what he meant to the club.
I mean, I think it should be that Bow Collie guy or whatever that it was. I'm going to say this. The shorts this year were amazing. I did want the end to be Cal sitting in the room with all the babies sitting around him going, guys, guys, I need some help here, guys. Because, Cal is so far away from what those guys are. But I got to see the filming of a lot of those, and I thought they turned out great this year. It was a lot of fun. And the personality of those guys, they get better and better each year.
Yeah, they're great sports. They definitely highlight their personalities, and what a great group we have. And, even Naylor improvising his line at the end of his spot, took it to another level as well.
That's great. If Brock were here, and he's sorry he's not, I know that the one question he would want me to ask you about tonight is the bunting out? Is all of the bunting out? We love the bunting.
Of course the bunting's out. It's opening day. It has to be out. Yeah, it's part of the tradition, and it is hung throughout the ballpark. Right. It looks great, and it's going to be a fantastic night.
Did they have enough ribs? Those ribs I ate the other night were pretty legit.
I don't know if they have enough ribs for you.
No.
I partially blame you during the food preview. I think you went back there one too many times.
Well, after the whole double Mitchwich fiasco, I created a firestorm around that thing. So, Greg, really appreciate it. This is great. Good to help everybody out with this. Again, Mariners.com/watch, and you can check your own situation. If you are a streaming service, you probably want to go to Mariners.tv and purchase it that way. That was the long and short of it. But again, Mariners.com/watch. Greg, good luck this year. It's promising to be super exciting. We can't wait. And let's get it on tonight. Appreciate it.
Happy opening day. Go Mariners.
All right, you too. There you go. Greg Greene, Senior Vice President, Marketing Communications for the Seattle Mariners.
They do events like opening day, the celebration.
So well.
They're so good at on-field events and everything like that.
I've been very lucky. The two teams that I've been around most in my career and my life, the Red Sox and the Mariners, both do this very well. Yeah, they both go big and really understand the show element of these big moments and just what it means to the fans to see some of the other people come all back together.
So who's throwing out the first pitch?
That's a good question. What's Polanco up to? He's busy. Okay, can't be Jorge Polanco.
Felix?
Felix is always fun, and he did do the little voiceover, right, in one of those shorts. That was hilarious. Yeah. I like that.
It was great.
That was very funny. So Felix is an option. How about Cal's brother?
Ooh, T?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I think Avery would like that. My daughter Avery would be psyched.
There's rumors that T might move out here to play baseball out here during the summer. Yeah.
Avery would be even more psyched. Yeah. All right. So those are a couple. Anything else jump out to you? Any other options?
Well, I've seen you throw out a first pitch. I don't think it's going to be you.
Whoa, I was nervous, but if I got to do it again, I would be less nervous. I threw it to Ty Pete. Now he's not here anymore, so obviously I was doing something wrong. All right. Normally we do Blue 88 at this time. We ask 3 football questions for Brock. We won't do that today, but I do have 3 baseball questions for Divish. So since he's here, let's do it.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
How about Mike McDonald?
Oh, that would be a great one.
Yeah, or Sam Darnold or John Schneider. A group of Seahawks coming off the Super Bowl.
I think we've got to see him on this.
I would imagine.
But McDonald is such a baseball nerd.
I know.
I respect the hell out of that.
He loves baseball.
Yeah, and
Schneider goes to a lot of the games.
Like when I talked to Cal about seeing how he ran into McDonald, he said that's all he wanted to talk about. I'm
sure.
He couldn't. He goes it was at the Adam Ray show, and Cal's like, I just want to watch the show, and McDonald just want to talk about baseball scouting. That's crazy.
I would guess that there is some combination of Seahawks that are out there for that. All right. Question number 1 for you, Ryan. How will we see and feel the effect of a real leadoff hitter in this lineup this year?
Oh, man, that's interesting. A real leadoff hitter that isn't going to try and steal when Cal is up at the plate probably is a big thing. I just think a 361 career on-base percentage, you're going to see it he's just going to be on base. He had over a 600 on-base percentage in spring training. He was on base. Is that
sustainable?
No, I'm guessing not. But even when he doesn't get on base, and when he does, all of his at-bats are 7 to 8 pitches. I can't wait to talk to Seitzer about this because I want to know how long that Brendan Donovan spent in cages, if they had a map-out time. Mm-hmm. Him and Rob Ruffsnyder will be hitting coaches someday. I guarantee it. But the effect you'll see is just the opportunities that Cal and Julio have to drive in runs. and having a better bottom of the lineup is what you'll see as well.
All right. Question number 2. A lot of people saying Rick Riz should throw out the first pitch.
Oh,
that feels like next year.
Yeah, maybe.
After he retires, I mean, I would hope Rick throws it out next year once they raise the, championship banners and all that. That'd be kind of fun. All right, question number 2 for you, Ryan. When will we see Colt Emerson? And when he arrives, what will his role be?
I think we'll see him sometime after July.
Oh, so you think much later?
Yeah, I think they want to give him some time. I don't think he played as well as he expected this spring.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, he's fine. He's not an elite level shortstop, but he's a good shortstop. I think some people, there's a misnomer. Yeah, he's an elite level defensive player. He's a solid to good. He could be more elite. Yeah, I think July. If everything goes right, you probably don't need to have him up unless he's just absolutely tearing the cover off the ball.
So why?
I think we see Brennan Davis before we see Cole.
Really?
Yeah.
Why then so many? I mean, Buster only said May 15th. Like, we've heard a lot of people say that it's pretty early. Shannon thought, by June we would end up seeing him. And I've kind of been in that camp as well, that whether it's through injury or just, hey, if this guy's hitting in AAA, why would you keep him down?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing. He'll have to be ready. I don't think you have to rush the process. This isn't like when they called up Jared Kelnick after 6 games and then batted him leadoff.
Right.
That was not a good idea. I think this is a better situation for Colt. It's a better situation for the Mariners. If there's an injury, obviously, if JP doesn't come back, say he comes back and the shoulder starts bothering and they have to go for a long-term look, yeah, they'll probably go to Colt Emerson. They should. But if he comes up, you got to play him. You can't just play him sparingly. You've got to find a way to play him. And if Cole Young's hitting, you don't necessarily need him at second base.
Did he really hit that ball 478 feet?
No, MLB walked it back.
Oh, they did?
They walked it back twice now.
They keep walking it back?
Yeah.
What's it at now?
They walked it back.
385?
No, they walked it back to like 450 something.
Okay.
And then they walked back to that homer that he hit last year as well. That was like 470. They walked it back to 440.
I mean, those are still cannon shots.
Yeah, and Cole, typical Cole Young, bro, they're hating on me.
They kind of are.
Yeah.
That's not right. Why are they walking it back?
That was a bomb, regardless. It was off of a viable major league reliever, Matt Festa, and it was on a slider.
Yeah.
And he hits the baseball so hard.
It's crazy because he's not that big a dude.
No. The comps to Adam Frazier, I think, are a little lost on that. And like you've mentioned several times about how do they get their homers.
Yeah.
If he gets 15.
Yeah, that would help. That sure would. All right, question number 3. How will Dan Wilson deploy his bench this season?
Well, you won't be using Mitch Garver as your right-handed primary pinch hitter. I mean, that's the roster construction aspect. Mm-hmm. He has better options. But I do think you're going to see the platoons heavy. You're going to see Victor Robas when there's in right field when there's a lefty, and you'll see Raley in right field when there's a righty, and similar to your platoon at DH. I look at this roster, and if you recall last year, and I remember talking to Lyle about this, Adrian Morejon, the nastiest left-handed reliever in all of baseball, pitched against the Mariners, and in one inning he faced Canzone, Cole Young, and J.P. Crawford in a row. It took 11 pitches to strike them out. And I went back and looked, I don't think he faced 3 consecutive lefties the entire season, because why would you? But the Mariners didn't have the options. And they're very left-handed, but Rob Refsnyder gives them a right-handed bat off the bench, and even Leo Rivas gives you a competent right-handed bat because he's a better right-handed hitter than the left-hander. They just have better options, and I think Dan will use that more often.
Well, there you go. That's a baseball version of Blue 88. You like those answers, Lyle? What do we think there? Was that a good Blue 88 today?
Yeah, I liked it.
All right.
I thought I was getting bullpen questions, how he was going to deploy his bullpen.
Well, I think he'll deploy his bullpen pretty well. I don't actually have that many questions about it, but I'm with you. The biggest I don't want today to be a day about questions and negativity. I mean, today's a day about optimism, and those questions will come. I mean, that's part of baseball. I do think they have a concern once you get past the first 6 names in this bullpen. I think it takes a bit of a turn, and you're right. They're not optionable, unfortunately. None of them really are, other than Ferrer. And you don't want to be optioning Ferrer. Criswell doesn't have options. Amina doesn't have options. Vargas doesn't have options. Most of the guys that you would think would be sort of part of that rotation, as you mentioned, you get bombed in Oakland or in Sacramento or whatever. You need to be able to bring in other pitchers, and they don't really have that luxury right now. So I am curious to see how that goes.
I thought maybe it was more curious about how he was going to use them in leverage, too.
Well, I didn't have that many problems with it over the course of the year. I thought he was fine. I personally prefer the, hey, bring in your best pitcher in your biggest moment philosophy. But I'm not going to sit here and get mad that generally they save their closer for save situations. I just didn't like the way it worked out in the postseason.
Yeah, the postseason is different.
It's a little different. Things have to be different.
Munoz prefers in the regular season to work the ninth in the save situation, and because they have Matt Brash, you can do that a little bit.
You just got to use Brash in those big. And I think Brash will be more of a weapon this year as he's healthier and not coming off the Tommy John. And to me, he should be even more of a weapon.
This is how weird we are, and I'm sure you probably thought. I was already looking at potential relievers they would grab at the deadline, like guys that are in their last year or their walk year or something like that, and who they would go get.
Who'd you come up with?
Well, nothing really good, but David Bednar would be a guy. Although I don't love him the way I watched him pitch in the WBC, but he's been a guy that's always been floated out.
I was hoping that they would be able to pull a Nick Vincent type trade at the end of the year, end of spring training here, just to bring in again somebody who would be optionable, who could take that Legumina spot or be ready to come up. Maybe what's the kid's name that pitched for Zulueta? Maybe he's one of the first that we end up seeing. I don't know.
I mean, if Troy Taylor could figure it out, that would be a really big deal. Cole Wilcox is another guy that had options, and he throws really hard. He was in the rotation with Emerson Hancock at Georgia, former top. He was essentially a first-round pick. They drafted him in the 4th round, but gave him $3 million. It was a San Diego draft. He could really help them if he figures it out.
Good stuff. All right, Ryan Divish here for 2 more hours. We will take calls with him at 9:30. I can't wait. Justin Hollander is going to join us at 8:30. Kevin Seitzer at 9 o'clock. And coming up next, the conclusion of 10 days of most intriguing Mariner conversations. We'll wrap that up with number 1 in just a moment.
Tonight, it's opening day.
Here at T-Mobile Park.
As the Mariners begin defense of the American League West pennant.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
We're live from Soto all day with Bump and Stacy starting at 10. Then it's Wyman and Bob live from Hatback Bar and Grill starting at 2. Ahead of the Mariners and Guardians at 7:10. Listen wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
P&D Tree Service, local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service, any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeservice.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
I decided to play it straight. I didn't leave anybody off the most intriguing list this year in the hopes that they would do what Cal did after I left him off my most intriguing list last year. That was a mistake. I blew that one.
Like also asking him if he's going to catch 125 games.
He didn't like that, huh?
No.
He was mad.
He legitimately came up to me and goes, you know what they asked me yesterday?
He was mad about it.
Oh, yeah. Don't question his availability.
I know. Well, it was fine. We ended up talking about it. It ended up being okay. But I do wonder about it. I worry about his legs. And, over time, you would expect that to eventually have some sort of an effect. It sure didn't last year.
Motion is lotion, Saul.
That's what he says. So anyway, I didn't do that. I'm playing it straight. And today we're on to number one.
Number one.
Well, just to count it down, number 10 was Cole Young. Number 9, Luke Raley, who I think is a huge key to the season, by the way. Just huge X factor. Number 8, Logan Gilbert. Number 7, Brendan Donovan. Number 6, Randy Arozarena. Number 5, Brian Wu. 4, Colt Emerson, although Ryan doesn't even think he's going to be here until August. Josh Naylor was 3rd. Cal Raleigh was number 2. And I think for the second straight year, and for obvious reasons, the number 1 most intriguing Mariner is Julio Rodriguez. And he remains that because he's still the most talented guy on the team. He just is. And because he's never fully reached what we all think is his ultimate potential, he's going to remain on this list because what he's done has been great. And we talked about this with Passan yesterday, and I totally agree with Jeff. Because we have this otherworldly expectation for what Julio is capable of, I think we sell short a lot of what he's accomplished in some, at such a relatively young age that he's a 5-win player every year. He's a 6-win player.
Top 10 in the AL MVP voting 3 years.
Yeah, and yet we're like, wow, I just don't think he's reached his potential. And you know what? Both of those things can be true at the same time. He has been incredible, and he has done a lot more than we give him credit for. But also, I still think there's a lot more in the tank. When Greg Greene comes on and talks about the Julio Rodriguez MVP season, he's the guy on this team, besides Cal, who's perfectly capable of doing it, and it starts with the start. How does he come out in April and May? Kevin Seitzer joined us down in spring training.
And they all went through ups and downs during the season, and, Julio getting off to his prototypical slow start that I think is going to end this year. I think he's going to be more consistent. I just felt like there was a turning point after the All-Star break, kind of going into the All-Star break, that things changed for him. And I feel like there was a lot that we learned and he learned. And so my hope is that's going to be the big wow.
We can talk to Seitzer more about that at 9 o'clock, but I followed up with that with him later off the air and just sort of asked what it was. And Brian, maybe you know more about this, but he was saying that Julio started just picking out a spot on the field and aiming for it, and that it seemed to just kind of unlock him and help him concentrate.
Yeah, it was something simple and something different.
Very.
But the message can be all the same. It's just sometimes how you voice it. I also think that, and I'm sure we'll talk to Kevin about it, but I think he found his identity as who he is as a hitter. He stopped hearing all the voices from everybody telling him what to do, telling him how to hit. And I think that's a big thing for him.
Well, and I think that also probably started not just as a hitter, but as a human, as a person, as a now 25-year-old who's been in the public eye the way he has. When we talked to Julio at spring training, we asked him what it was like to be Julio these days.
Very chill, very chill, focused and ready to play baseball. I don't know, just kind of another year in spring training with a really good team of baseball.
So the chill word definitely came up, and Brock was pretty obsessed with it, and for good reason, because he acted that way. It was interesting to go back to one of those big turning points for him last year, turning down the All-Star game. Julio loves that. He loves to be around those guys. You see it when he's with the Dominican team and the WBC. Those being peers with that group of people is obviously very important to him. So to turn down that opportunity, it must have really been difficult for him, but as he said, it was the right thing to do.
I had a lot of things going on kind of off the field, felt like to me, and obviously there was a lot of things going on the field, because I feel like one thing, both goes hand to hand. But I just feel like I just took the time to kind of slow it down for myself, to kind of see a lot of different situations that I had going on, to be able to bring my best self on the field. And also off the field too, and I feel like that's kind of what I did. Just kind of took a little bit of a break. It's cool. It would have been cool, to be in the All-Star game and being around all the stars and all that. But I feel like I needed some time for me, and to be able to, like I said, to slow it down and just kind of being able to bring my best self out. And I feel like that's what I did.
What do you think he means to slow it down?
I think just slow his whole process down, and also slow the concept of results down. I think people sometimes think that these guys aren't affected when they're in slumps. These guys wear it hard, and Julio has an unnatural sense of responsibility for the organization and its success based on his performance, and I think he wears it pretty hard. And I think that's when sometimes when you see the swings and misses and the crazy swings, he's pressing because he feels like, I got to fix this. I got to help win. And I think he slowed that process down a little bit in the over the break. And he talked about with us just having a lot of hard conversations with himself. This wasn't like he was talking to Adam Bernero or another sports psychologist. He just did a lot of introspection over that break and thought about what is important to him as a baseball player and what makes him successful as a baseball player. Again, that identity that you have, he's 25. There are guys that spend their entire career searching for their identity as a baseball player and how to be comfortable with who they are and what they can do. And he finally has it. That's why we're not seeing swing changes and doing all this stuff. It's just, here's what made me successful, and I'm just going to keep doing that over and over.
The thing that always jumps out to me about Julio is just how bright he is. Just an incredibly smart dude.
I was such an idiot at 25, and this guy is 25, and he has this much success. He's made this much money. He's a star. I mean, 25, I was a total moron.
speaking that way in a second language and just the way, I mean, he just is clearly a really smart dude, but then you add in the maturity and the ability to be introspective and think about it. And I am very impressed with Julio, and I do think that there's even more out there than what he's done. I think Julio could be 40-40.
That's what I was just going to say. 40-40 is a possibility.
Yeah.
He takes in a lot. He speaks, and he speaks well, and he's very open, but he watches a lot. He takes in a lot, whether it's from baseball. He watches a ton of NBA. He's met with Durant. You know, I saw him reading some stuff about LeBron and listening to stuff that LeBron said and stuff that Kobe said. He takes it from all walks of life and then incorporates it into his world.
Pretty cool. All right, so that's why he's number one. The most intriguing Mariner is still Julio. He is. Plus, he's got those beautiful green eyes. Like, you talk about intriguing. You can't look away.
Hey, Mora was talking about him, you know, back there, and it was like Ken Walker level, just kind of.
No, Mora would not do that. That doesn't sound like her. That's a Brock and Salk thing, to be honest. Let's be clear.
Way creepy.
It's me and Brock who, honestly, every year you look and you're like, oh my God, his eyes. Like, you just can't look away.
No, they're pretty hypnotic.
They really are. They're unbelievable.
He's got a lot of things working for him.
He does. It's pretty good to be Julio, as he said. It's pretty good. It's pretty chill. All right. We got a couple more hours with Ryan Divish. We'll also talk to Kevin Seitzer at 9 o'clock. Justin Hollander, the GM, will help put this whole thing together. He's going to join us in 20 minutes right after everything you need to know next.
Tonight, it's opening day.
Here at T-Mobile Park.
As the Mariners begin defense of the American League West pennant.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
We're live from Soto all day with Bump and Stacy starting at 10. Then it's Wyman and Bob live from Hatback Bar and Grill starting at 2. Ahead of the Mariners and Guardians at 7:10. Listen wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer. It's Swedish, called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Mark your calendars, Mariners fans. This season is jam-packed with epic events. Be here for Ichiro Replica Statue Night April 10th, presented by BDA. Humpy Shoulder Plush Night April 11th, thanks to Microsoft. And Randy Johnson Number Retirement Night May 2nd, presented by T-Mobile. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park.
First pitch at 7:10.
Right here on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Take care of your friends. Taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it's Mariner baseball time, man. Opening day is tonight. We finally get baseball back. You want to hear the Rick Riz open? Did you get to hear any of this? It's pretty good. The Mariners put together the hype video, and it's pretty great. I won't play you the whole thing, but here's just a little bit of Rick Riz getting everybody ready for his final season in the booth and what hopes to be one of the Mariners' greatest ever.
In theater, there's a script. In baseball, there's no script, and that's what I love about it.
It does go on from there, but The Leo Rivas, What Have You Done calls my favorite from last year.
I love the little Sean McDonough worked in there, too. His voice is so smooth.
And Sean's the best.
Yeah,
Leo Rivas, What Have You Done?
Yeah,
it's such a great call. It's so funny. Anyway, that's what's on tap, man. When you hear it put that way, kind of gives you chills. Let's go.
Yeah, the Niehaus Welcome Back Baseball.
Yeah.
And then there's that one where they encapsulated all the baseball movies and they put it to the national. Oh my, come on! If I hear the This Week in Baseball theme with Mel Allen, I get the goosebumps.
How could you not?
Yeah, so it's. I'm
That one
excited.
does it for you even more than the Baseball Tonight music.
I don't know.
Da-da-dun-dun-dun.
Maybe.
I don't know. Baseball
You know what they
Tonight's
should
still
do?
pretty good.
Hey, have Rick throw out the first pitch and announce that he's going into the Mariners Hall of Fame and surprise him.
That would be
then and
pretty
there.
awesome.
How is he not in the Mariners Hall of Fame?
Well, he's going to be, that's for sure. And if I know anything about Rick Riz in that moment, he will find a way to mention Dave Niehaus because of everything Dave did for him, and no one does a better job of keeping Dave's legacy alive. Tonight, it's going to be Logan Gilbert getting the ball against Tanner Bybee and the Guardians, first of a 4-game series. Then they got 3 against the Yankees, so a 7-game homestand to start off the season. No real surprises on the roster yesterday. Ryan Bliss is the extra infielder with J.P. Crawford and Miles Mastroboni hurt. Cooper Criswell, Casey Lagumina, Emerson Hancock all start with the big league club, with Bryce Miller on the injury list as well. Mariners games on TV. We've been going through it over the course of the morning, but the biggest thing you need to know, go to mariners.com/watch. You can type in your zip code and your provider, and that will give you all the information you need.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I think you all know at this point, because we issued a release, that the board voted to explore expansion in Las Vegas and Seattle. I'm excited about that opportunity.
That is Adam Silver, commissioner of the NBA, speaking at the Board of Governors meeting yesterday. They are moving forward in Seattle. They are moving forward in Las Vegas. And we know that the One Roof group, led by Samantha Holloway, is going to bid on this. Todd Lewicki said as much yesterday to King 5.
What we will do is we will put together a bid that has it all. And I would say the most important thing in our bid is the ability to do it and do it well. And that's going to be very important for the NBA if ultimately they push ahead and want to expand. They're going to want to make sure that it's done well, that there's no drama, that there's no slips, there's no mistakes.
Well, and they're the only group in position to do that because of their ownership of the building. And by the way, earlier this week, they increased their ownership of that building. Why would anybody else bid?
It would make no sense. You would be bidding against, they would up the ante. And if you did win the bid, you'd overpay and then have to pay them rent.
Yes.
It makes
Which
no
they
sense.
could jack up as much as they wanted because you'd have nowhere else to go. So, yeah, I know he said, Adam Silver said yesterday they're expecting multiple bidders. Maybe somebody else will try, but I'd be very surprised. This thing seems
I just
pretty
want
wired.
the Kemp Peyton Sonics jerseys with the swoosh across.
That's the one you like?
Yeah, bring back that one when they come back.
Well, regardless, it is on. Brian Windhorst yesterday.
What Adam Silver just announced with those words in this vote was, ladies and gentlemen, if you want this team, start your engines.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I don't know. Teams around the NFL could start their engines if they're interested in Myles Garrett. I would be. Big news yesterday from Field Yates that they pushed his roster bonus back until the end of August. It makes it easier for them to trade him if they want. Should the Seahawks be interested? Yes, of course they should. DeMarcus Lawrence thought about retiring this offseason. Derek Hall's on the last year of his deal. Chenna Nwosu's an older player is making money. Yeah, I let Boye Mafe go. Should you be interested in the best defensive player in the league who plays the position you need the most and is the most important position? Yes, of course they should.
Could you imagine what Mike McDonald would do with that guy?
I can.
I mean, he's the most disruptive player in the NFL.
And you put him with Spoon and with Nicky Manwari, and yeah, I can imagine it very easily. It'd be awesome. It'd be really awesome. Jackson Smith and Jigba, by the way, did sign his deal, met with the media yesterday. Mike McDonald explains why they love him so much.
I think it's a unique combination of the competitive spirit, but also like the selflessness of who he is and how he operates and how he goes about his business. It's a rare combination outside of like whatever position you say, just in life. I mean, just having the respect for the operation, the people, your teammates, the love that he has for the people around him, no matter their situation, but also being just an absolutely high-level competitor when it's coming down to it. And the ability, it's just like this triple-headed monster of just a really cool combination.
Yeah, put it all together, and he gets a huge new deal this week. Kraken will be in Tampa this afternoon, and that is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I should mention, I've got some of these here. If you're watching on YouTube, not only do you get to see Ryan Divish in his Globo Gym shirt from Dodgeball, I've got one of these little mini banners. Here you go. This is going to be Friday's giveaway, I believe, tomorrow's giveaway. It's a mini 2025 AOS Champions banner. So that's cool. I got that here. And then for Saturday, Ryan, I know you love this. This is a Cal Raleigh 60 home runs bobblehead. I'm holding that up as well, so hopefully you guys can see what is in store for you if you make it to the park. Are you a big bobblehead guy? You strike me as one.
I have so many bobbleheads. We get them as part of the deal. I give them all to my stepkids now, but I have a box in my storage unit. It's got a Unieski Betancourt bobblehead in there.
What's that worth these days?
Probably not the cardboard that it was put on.
Yeah.
It's
hey, thanks, Unieski. Nobody here wanted Steven Strasburg. Appreciate that great series you had against the A's. Thanks, Unieski. And by the way, how nice is it that we're not talking about people like that anymore? Thankfully, Justin Hollander has done his job as the GM of the Mariners, and he'll join us to talk about that as we get ready for opening day next on Brock and Salk.
The sounds of spring have already begun.
Mariners spring training, best week of our year.
But if you listen close enough, you can still hear echoes of last fall.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
These guys raise the bar.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
You guys ready?
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park. Hear every pitch wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and if you're considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss, let me just chat through this with you a little bit, because before you start doing something like that, you got to ask, are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 a year and then stay on that medication long-term to maintain the results? That's a lot. Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and then when the medication stops, the weight regain is very common. Most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight loss can come from muscle, which also slows down your metabolism, and then keeping the weight off is even harder. So, look, go to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic instead. They take a different approach. It's a doctor-developed program that helps men and women lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. By the way, no fake food either. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You use that real food to reset your metabolism, control your hunger and cravings, and help your body burn fat naturally, not muscle. Come to their clinic in Kirkland or just do the program from anywhere you live. They've got easy remote options. Schedule your free consult online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Keep the weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. However, I recently had a breakdown with my vehicle, and I knew that I had to get a new one. I knew where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I'd heard amazing things. I knew the GM, Mark, so I ended up going out there. Mark, you're with me right now, and I got to be honest, even knowing you, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings pressure, but you guys really focus on customer experience.
Well, there are some dealerships where you go in and you feel like you're getting jumped on. We don't do that, okay? There's absolutely no pressure at our dealership. period. And we back that up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100%, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, check out our reviews. We have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wastecar Ford's been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. You don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people.
See it for yourself at Wastecar Ford in Auburn. That's wastecarford.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park.
First pitch at 7:10.
Right here on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and board babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the /1 wiper blades in America.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver, /handyman, /wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/pet sitter, /influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry. Don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's opening day. That's right. It's opening day in Seattle. And later tonight, we'll get to see this 2026 Mariners team for the first time. It is the most complete-looking Mariner team I've ever seen, that's for sure. Ryan Divish is with me for another hour and a half. We'll take some phone calls in an hour. Ryan's already getting ready to blow you up, so please make sure you come with it. But first, we'll talk to Justin Hollander, Mariners general manager. Good morning, Justin. Happy opening day.
Good morning. I can't wait to call back in at 9:30 as well.
You've done it before. It wouldn't be the first time. I don't know. Ryan is going to be, well, we'll see. We'll see how many callers we actually let him talk to, because we actually have to keep people listening to the show.
Angering your audience is not usually the way to get more of it, but we'll see how it goes.
I don't know. It's worked for me for 17 years. I don't know why we should stop now. What are you most excited about as you watch this team take the field tonight? What are you most excited to see play out?
Games that matter, so we don't have to talk about spring training anymore. But no, it's I think every opening day is really special. I can't help but just take a peek back at last year and seeing the banner up in right field is going to be really cool. And then just getting going. You know, it's going to be a long year. There's 162 games, and you guys have been around it a long time. We're going to have really good weeks and really bad weeks. And just watching this group navigate both of those things through the season, I think it's a really talented group. And we'll see how the ups and downs unfold, but can't wait to get going tonight to start that process.
Justin, is this I wouldn't say just from a talent standpoint, but the versatility and the options you have and kind of fitting your philosophical needs, is this the best roster you guys have put together since you've started here?
I think so. I think we have more ways to beat somebody than any roster we've had since I've been here. And when I say that, I mean we've had a lot of teams that could beat someone 3-1 or 2-1. We had some teams during, call it like the 2019 team that wasn't a very good team, but if they won the game, it was probably going to be like 9-6 or something like that, especially early in the season. This is the team that can do both of those things. We can win the 9-6 game. I think we can win the 2-1 game. We can win a lot of the games in between those things too. There's guys who can play multiple positions who are going to be good at multiple positions, not can just stand there. The bullpen can beat you in different ways, obviously, with adding Ferrer and having 2 lefties this year. 1 through 5, 1 through 6, 1 through 7 in the rotation is really good, really deep. I think we have prospects coming, and most of the team is in kind of the window that you would expect them to be at their peak, call it like 25 to 30, 31 years old. We have the bulk of the team in that age zone. So it's a really exciting group, and it's a group that I think that our fans really connect with because they've been here a long time. They're really good people. They're really good teammates. They have fun playing together.
Just some quick business. How close are JP and Bryce, 2 guys that weren't able to make the opening day roster?
JP is closer than Bryce. I would expect that it's possible that JP goes out on the road trip with us. It just depends on how it goes for him. He started taking at-bats yesterday in Arizona. He'll transition to taking at-bats with an affiliate over the next couple of days. And just for him, it's just the reps. Bryce needs to have, somewhat of a spring training. He threw the 2 innings and then basically had to shut it down at that point to make sure we didn't do something that was really harmful to him. So Bryce is going to be a little longer. I don't think it's going to be like June or something like that, but he needs a spring training buildup. So we're hopeful that, call it a month from now, that Bryce is back and ready to go. JP, I'm hoping it's a week.
Who stood out in the spring? And I know what you said earlier that, spring doesn't matter and the numbers don't necessarily matter, but usually you baseball guys have something that you pick up on, an approach, something that stands out, the way someone's carrying themselves or reacting to something. Who jumped out to you over the course of the last month where you're like, okay, I can't wait to see this play out during the season?
I mean, I think it's always tempting to choose the new guys. So I'll choose one new guy and one existing guy. I think Brendan Donovan stood out. He's going to be on the medal stand for Cactus League MVP. He's just on base all the time. And the quality of at-bat over and over and over again, his ability to carry out a routine every day and then bring it into the game, even if the games don't count. He is very serious about his routine. He has a plan every time he goes up there, and he seems to have just a natural ability to execute it over and over again. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch him around the other players that we have and how difficult we can make it if we execute on opposing pitchers. And then the sort of existing player that I was really excited from what we saw this spring was Brian Wu. Just seeing his growth and maturity, his ability to go through his routine, to understand what that is, his leadership around the group of players, just really exciting to watch him grow up before our eyes.
Justin, what did you see from Emerson Hancock this spring? I thought for me, he was probably one of the most impressive guys I saw all spring. Just knowing where he's been, what he's been through, and kind of just what we saw this spring. And it wasn't just all on the mound, but like how he carried himself.
Yeah, on the mound, really excited about what his shapes look like right now and his ability to command those shapes. Definitely at a different level than we've seen in the past. He's got the 2 breaking balls now. He added a sort of a harder gyro slider that really helps when you've got the sinker, the 4-seamer, and the sweeper along with the changeup. And I thought he executed those pitches at a really high level all spring. And then off the field, I just think he's very confident of who he is right now. He's sort of done all the tinkering he needs to do, really confident in his pitch mix. He knows what his plan A is versus righties and lefties, and just seems very comfortable when he goes out there with, if I execute, I'm better than them. And that's a big step for guys to come in and know that they don't have to have a magic trick. They can just go execute the things that they're good at and they'll be fine.
I don't think people realize how good of he's your number 6 starter ostensibly. Most teams don't have somebody like that as their number 6 guy in their organization.
And I think you guys have been through this. The guy who may be the sixth guy may start more games than 1 through 5, depending on how it goes. That's starting pitching in today's game. Emerson took the ball for us and did really well last year, and he's going to pitch a lot for us this year.
Makes sense that Logan Gilbert is starting today. I don't think any of us were too surprised that Logan would be the opening day starter, especially after last year. So that makes sense. Excited to see him out there. Can you give me some of the rationale behind the rest of the pitching rotation and the order that they went in? Why Kirby and then Wu and then Luis and then Emerson? What was the thinking behind the order?
We drew them out of a hat.
Okay, nice.
No, it's I think some of the rationale was we wanted to delay Brian's start a little bit, obviously coming off the big workload that he had last year, larger than he ever had in a season. So if you remember right, when we folded him in the spring, it was kind of after everybody had already made one turn through. We folded him into the third slot. That slot also gets an extra day early in the season. And then the Emerson, Luis behind them pocket just happened to be Luis had a baby and was, a little bit late coming into camp. So folding him in where he fits. Emerson was pitching roughly on the same day as Bryce, and it was just easiest to fold him into that day in the rotation. There's not a ton of science behind it, other than you want to make sure that the guys are lined up to go into the regular season and their first couple of starts with the appropriate amount of rest. I think we all know that this is the time of year when pitching injuries pop up the most frequently, and making sure that we're doing the right thing for all of our guys so that we can have 6 and hopefully 7 months of health and durability, and not trying to jam guys in to say, he's the second guy and we have to pitch second. We don't really have that. We have a bunch of guys who could start opening day. We have guys that have all pitched in all-star games. So the order, I don't think, doesn't matter as much as the rest matters to us.
Justin, Julio Rodriguez is always going to be a focal point. I thought just what we saw out of him in the time we got to see him in spring training, but even towards the end last year, the identity of who he is as a baseball player and a hitter just stands out. What can he do, or what can he be if he puts a full season together?
As good as anybody. And I think that's been the case for Julio. He kind of has been as good as anybody over the course of his career, but there's always this feeling, I think, among the media, among fans, that there's more to tap into, and that's probably both unfair to Julio and fair based on how talented he is. I think what we're seeing from Julio, and I heard a little bit of the most intriguing selection for Julio, is that he's still so young. He's just figuring out. I was an idiot. I probably still am, but I was definitely an idiot when I was 24 years old. And now he's in his age 25 season. People forget how young he is and how he's sort of still figuring out his own routines and what kind of player he wants to be and what kind of player he can be. There's a lot of growth that's going to happen in Julio's career still. We shouldn't lose track of how good he has been and how young he is. He can do anything on a baseball field. I think if he wanted to go win a batting title and turn into that sort of hitter, he can do it. If he wanted to go win a home run title, he could go do it. He's already made himself into a Gold Glove elite center fielder, which is not something that anybody had on the bingo card when he was 18 or 19 years old. And he just did it. He just wills himself. He's that talented and that mentally strong and tough and that smart that he just continues to refine his game. And I think he's sort of figuring out as he gets into his mid-20s, what is the type of player that he's going to become.
I would assume tonight that we'll see Luke Raley in right field. We'll get the lineup, I guess, a little bit later today. But he's been a focal point for me throughout the spring, just kind of looking at where, he had an off year last year. He was hurt really throughout the whole season. But you don't have to go back far to come up with two really great seasons in a row. And, you lose some home run power with Polanco leaving. Who knows whether or not Cal can come back with another 60. I certainly am not going to doubt him, but it's hard to have another 60 home run season. What could Luke Raley do this year to help make up for some of that?
I should have listed him among the guys in the spring that I was most excited about. So thank you for the reminder. Just seeing him healthy. Last year he really battled it physically and emotionally of not being able to do the things that he has done for the previous couple of years. He's a really good player. He's a good defender. He's a versatile defender. He's an awesome base runner. He's a great athlete, and he mauls right-handed pitching. He is one of the best hitters on our team against right-handed pitching in 24. He was one of the best on Tampa in 23 before we made the acquisition. He's a great fit on our team and on our roster, and I think you're absolutely right that when you line up our team, a healthy 2023, 2024 version of Luke Raley, hitting behind all of the all-star players at the top of the lineup, your Donovan and Cal and Julio and Nails and Randy, like that is a chance to have a real impact on our roster that we just didn't see a lot last year because he's just never healthy.
So help me understand the young guys. Let's start with Colt Emerson. He doesn't end up making the opening day roster. I got probably 2 or 3 questions about him, but start with what was it? Why the decision ultimately to send him to Tacoma to start the year?
I think we just want to see him get his legs under him in AAA. He's had 27 plate appearances in his life in AAA. He had a half a season at AA. There's time for him to grow into the player he's going to be. I think getting his timing down, getting the ball in the air a little more, making sure that he feels comfortable before we just jam him in at the big league level is important. You also want to make sure you have a defined role for the player. Obviously, we hope JP's back in a week. We have Brendan Donovan at third. Cole Young had an awesome spring at second and looks great. You want to make sure when you're adding guys, you're adding them with a plan. How are we going to utilize the player? We don't want Colt Emerson to come to the big leagues and sit. That doesn't make a lot of sense for him or for us. He's going to play in the big leagues for a long, long time. He's going to play for the Mariners for a long, long time. Every box you could check in terms of what kind of person he is, what kind of competitor, what kind of worker, like those boxes we're all really confident of. We just want to put him in a position to succeed. Asking him to come up here after, a week in AAA with no certainty of a sort of a defined role in a defined period of time didn't feel like the right thing to do. I think he totally understands where he's at in his life. He's 20 years old. He's in AAA. He's a phone call away from the big leagues. I'm very confident you'll see him at some point. I just don't know when that is going to be.
Yeah, so how does that work? So if he goes to Tacoma and just looks great, he just rakes and he's comfortable and he's confident and he's playing the field, and there comes a point, I would think, in which you say, well, we just got to bring the kid up just because he's ready. Will you be willing? Is the team willing to make room for him and try to find a role for him if he earns it?
I think that will be very easy to do if he's doing those things. There's never been a team in the history of baseball who said, yeah, we'd love to have you. We just have too many good players. Sorry. That doesn't happen. So that'll work itself out over time. I'm very confident of that.
Justin, you called yourself an idiot before, and then, when I talked to you about the story for Cal and Julio, you called yourself an idiot then. But I had several scouts say that your guys' signing of Rob Refsnyder was one of the smartest signings of the offseason. So I guess you're not an idiot there. What does Rob Refsnyder give you off the bench or in platoon situations that you were lacking last year?
Yeah, I definitely I got to get off the self-deprecation trade and start pumping myself up more. That's definitely what people want to hear. With Ref, I just think he fits really well in all the ways that this roster needs. Veteran, someone who's been around winning teams and winning cultures, no concern of him coming in here and sort of doing anything but adding the environment on top of a skill set that really was necessary. Losing Polo and losing some of the balance from the right side was a big loss for us, and it was a reason we aggressively pursued Polo when he hit free agency this winter. Finding a player who could balance us out and make sure that we weren't in a situation where we got exposed constantly by left-handed pitching was important to us, and Ref was at the top of the board. He's just been one of the best players versus left-handed pitching in the league for the last 4 years. I think he's third in on-base percentage against lefties over that time. Just having a guy who, when you plug him in, he knows exactly what his role is. He's awesome at his role, and he's great in the clubhouse. Those are all things that really were a requirement for us, and there were very few players on the free agency landscape that checked all those boxes. He was at the very top of that list.
Baseball is so different from other sports. It's one of my favorite things about it, right? Whether it's the marathon or how much is out of your control and trusting the process. One of the challenges that I find fascinating for this team this year is dealing with expectations that we've never seen here in Seattle, certainly not in the 17 years that I've spent here. How does this team go about recognizing while also learning to handle these high expectations for them?
Yeah, I'd rather be picked first than last. And I think that's the way we have to approach this is like, that's great. And I certainly, I wouldn't want everybody to when I call in to say, man, the general manager of a team who I think is terrible is the Seattle Mariners. Like that's not where we're at in our development. And I don't think we should run away from our talent or our expectations, but it also doesn't actually mean anything once we hit first pitch tonight. So embracing our talent, embracing the expectations, embracing a standard that we want to get to is what we should do. And then once the games start, it doesn't really matter. We just have to go execute to the talent, to the standards we have. This is like, believe me, you want to read every one of the articles that says how great you are. It also doesn't affect a single thing that happens on the field once the games start.
Well, doesn't Dan play a huge factor in all of this? The calming sensation that he brings, the freedom that he gives players to kind of be themselves and puts that onus on them. Doesn't Dan have a large role in helping keep them process-oriented? I mean, these guys are already really process-oriented, but Dan kind of being there as that baseline help out a little bit?
I think it's Dan's superpower. I think his consistency day to day, his ability to just approach things with a very level head every day. It's not that it doesn't bother him if we've lost 2 or 3 in a row. I just think he understands it doesn't do any good to come in and sulk or snap at people. Like his ability to focus and be steady Eddie every day, I think gives players the freedom to go out and be themselves. I think he knows that if everybody comes in here tight and scared that, what's Dan going to act like today, that doesn't help us win games. And so his ability to sort of steel himself through the highs and the lows and just be the same guy every day is a great gift that the best managers have, and he exhibits it every day.
How, thinking about the acquisitions you guys made in the offseason, and, not all of them, I haven't gotten to know Ferrer enough yet. I'm looking forward to watching them. But when I think about the re-signing of Josh Naylor, the trade for Brendan Donovan, and the signing of Rob Refsnyder, if I'm trying to come up with one thing that all three of them have in common, there's probably a bunch. Great clubhouse guys certainly comes up. Hard workers comes up. But it really seems like all three of them are just exceptionally smart, thoughtful baseball players and people. Was that something that was important to you guys? Was that a common thread that you guys went out looking for?
For sure. And I think that's a common thread among the guys that have come through our system. Julio is really smart. Tao is really smart. Cole Young, very smart. There's on the field and off the field, these guys understand a bigger picture. And I think, when we look at players, a lot of the way we look at them is what is their bandwidth for how much we can help them get better. And if guys aren't smart, it's really hard to sort of expand their horizons to the right of the curve and help them grow in ways beyond just what the average player could grow into with adding size and strength and reps. So it is important for us in the draft and development process. And obviously when you're at the big league level, you want to make sure that you're adding guys to an environment that enhance the environment. And all of those guys definitely check that box of guys who will push each other, who will be great teammates, who love baseball and watch it. I was so impressed with Donnie sitting in the dugout during spring training, even after he came out of the games, and just wanting to talk to guys, watch the game with guys. And his response was, that's how I get to know people, is when we're watching baseball together. That's a great way for me to sort of ingratiate myself into the team and the clubhouse culture and environment. That's exactly what we're looking for as an organization.
Yeah, I would think that really leads to a lot of great baseball conversation amongst the guys. We heard this from Mike McDonald interviewing him throughout the year, and just how important it was for him to find guys that just loved the game and just wanted to sit around talking about it. And I would imagine that in baseball, in some ways, it's almost more important because of how much of a grind the game can be over 6 or 7 or 8 months of the season, and how complicated and mental it can be. If you truly love it and are smart about it, how much better can your team be at being detail oriented?
I think it just helps you keep the train on the tracks. When he starts to drift off, when you have the inevitable bad week or bad 2 weeks, I think the more guys you have that are wired like that, the easier it is to recenter yourself and get back to playing good baseball.
Justin, you're the executive who texted Passan yesterday, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah, I think we all knew that. Yeah. Jeff he's a bit of a jinx, isn't he?
I told him I was actually not that worried about it. I was mostly just messing around with him because he has a track record of just horrendous luck. But no, it's you have to embrace it. Watching the network yesterday, I think it's really cool when people are picking the Mariners to achieve the things they're talking about, winning the American League, winning the World Series. That's what we've been hoping to accomplish, is putting our team in the position to do that. We actually have to go do it now, and we'll need to do things along the way in the season to help this group. I think we're all cognizant of that, but I'd much rather have that than, again, walking in the door opening day with wow, no chance for the Mariners this year. That's just kind of a loser mindset, and it's sort of based on self-preservation. If the expectations aren't that high, no one will be upset with us if we don't meet them. That's really not where we are, and not where we ever want to be again.
Can't wait. I think the whole city is in agreement. We can't wait to watch this team this year. The expectations are sky high, but I think more than that, the anticipation is sky high because of how much fun last year was and how much fun we're expecting. I think it's a good group. I think it's a fun group. I think it's going to be a detail-oriented group. And it strikes me as a group that's going to have a lot of fun playing baseball. And if that's the case, then we're going to have a lot of fun watching and paying attention and talking about them all year. Justin, thank you. Good luck tonight and over the course of the season. We'll be watching, and I'm sure we'll talk soon.
I knew the positivity would just scream through the phone with Salk and Divish this morning. So
we are two of the more positive people in the city. Yes.
Day's not over with yet, Justin.
Talk to you at 9:30.
Yeah.
There you go. There's Justin Hollander, general manager of the Mariners. I'll tell you, Divish and I may be more realists than some other people around, but there's every reason to be. Being a realist does not mean you're not positive in big moments, and this isn't absolutely a team that you want to be positive about.
Also, you did this before in Boston, too. You want to watch good baseball.
Darn right.
This is your job every day, and you're there. I don't need to see Sean Figgins. I don't need to see Jeff Clement catch. I want to see good baseball players. When they got Zunino, it was the greatest day of my life just to see a catcher that could catch.
I'll admit, we have even more riding on it. When the team is good, more people listen.
It helps us, too, at the Seattle Times.
So, we want the team to be good. We root for the team.
I want them to be interesting to me.
Darn right.
Either be really good, really bad. Don't be lukewarm, like in, what is that? Gangs of New York, when you're lukewarm.
I haven't seen that in a really,
great
really
movie.
long
But
time.
Don't be lukewarm. Be good or be bad.
Should we play Divish some music he might like? I keep meaning to play. I know he's been pretty happy today. I had like a whole thing ready just in case you showed up and you were kind of grumpy, and I was like, okay, how are we gonna get Divish to feel a little bit better? So I had things like this ready to go.
Oh yeah,
had some Asia ready for you.
Lyle, learn. Just learn, Lyle.
Is that that's high on your list, right?
Oh, man. That was one of my walk-up songs in college.
Really?
Outfield, Your Love.
Yeah.
Asia, Heat of the Moment. My third one was the Magnum P.I. theme song.
Oh, of course it was.
Yeah.
Well, that makes perfect sense. You have a big old power stash to go with that?
I have the exact shirt. I went to Hawaii this offseason.
Yeah.
And I got the exact shirt that he wears, the red one with the parrots.
That's awesome. All right. We are going to take phone calls with Ryan Divish coming up in about a half hour, so start thinking about what you want to call in on. We'll talk to Kevin Seitzer here in just a moment, and get a sense as to where the Mariners' bats are going this year. And we're getting ready for opening day tonight. It's Brock and Salk with Ryan Divish, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the biggest development yet since the Sonics left for OK.
Wait a minute.
You better watch your mouth, sunshine.
One step closer.
The NBA Board of Governors did vote yes to explore expansion here in Seattle.
Stay up on the very latest on the NBA's potential return to Seattle at seattlesports.com. And the conversation continues on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We are on a magic carpet ride.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bail Arm, we got you.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton. Finance the 2026 BZ for 0% APR for 72 months, plus $6,000 TFS subvention cash. Lease the 2026 4Runner for $379 a month for 36 months, with $39.99 due at signing. Visit them today or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 2872.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
High five! Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get in the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, almost at final hour of our week. It's not. It's only Thursday. More is going to be in here tomorrow. I apologize. I won't be here. Last year, I missed. This is the same time. Unfortunately, my daughter's biggest hockey tournament of the year is this same time. So I'm heading out today to British Columbia, up to Richmond, and I'll be at the tournament all weekend long. So back Monday to talk through everything with the Mariners. Divish, of course, will be there tonight.
And if you guys, sorry,
Yeah.
real quick reminder. If you guys, we didn't get to do Here's the Thing today. So if you guys want to send some messages tomorrow, since it is me with Charlie Furbush and Mike Lefko.
Nice.
Send them your questions, your comments. I guess if you want to, people ask if they can be mean to Lefko because he does mean texts on his show. So if you want to do that, you can.
Okay.
Make fun of Lefko.
He likes that.
Leave us some messages.
All right, please do that. You can go download the Seattle Sports app and do that there. Kevin Seitzer is the Mariners hitting coach, and he's kind enough to take a few minutes here on opening day. Good morning, Kevin. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
How ready are you for tonight?
Pretty ready.
How ready are the guys? How did they lock in over the last couple of weeks?
Pretty good, especially the last, I don't know. Well, when the guys got back from WBC, that's when the intensity and the focus really started picking up even more. It was pretty cool having them back and getting them ready. So yeah, they're ready to go. They got that look on their face, so I'm excited about getting this thing kicked off.
And I understand it's your birthday today?
Yeah, it sure is.
41? Is that what it is? Do I have that right? Age 41? No?
Come on now. It's only 34. 34.
Oh, 34. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, Sites. That's my bad.
Plus 30.
Oh, okay.
Plus 30.
There we go.
Hey, Kevin, are Rob Refsnyder and Brendan Donovan in the cages at T-Mobile Park already? And did you have to force them out of the cage to come back to Seattle? Because in all the days of spring training, they never left. They were there all the time.
Yeah, if they're there by themselves right now because I'm not. But they lived in there, especially Donovan. It was incredible. He even would go in right before the game and lay down in the closet back in the corner by the traject machine and take a nap. With his hood up and everything. I got a picture of it. It was like a daily thing. We just cracked up. I mean, 10-minute nap.
Those guys are such hitting nerds. They can talk hitting. It reminds me of Justin Turner. They just love to talk hitting and swings and approach and setup. It's crazy how much they're into hitting.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. They're going to be great for us this year. I mean, those two and having Naylor back it's huge. Especially the presence they bring, the leadership. They're going to be big pieces.
What's something you've learned from them over the course of the last few months, or maybe even some of those guys last year? What have you learned from them?
That's a good question. I feel like I learn something from these guys all the time. Trying to remember what it is. I think with Naylor last year impressed me so much because of the little tiny minute things that he would pick up on during the game. It could have been anything, could have been, what a pitcher does in certain counts to lefties. Could be anything. Could be shortstops moving just a little bit when he throws this pitch or whatever. It's like, holy cow. I mean, the dude sees everything. So it's like, all right, I'm going to try and watch the game how he watches the game and see if there's anything I can pick up. And, he's got a special gift for that. So it's like never think you know everything that's going on because there may be something else happening that you're not seeing.
Kevin, what about, we talked a little bit earlier, Mike and I, about Julio Rodriguez, and I just feel like he's kind of found his identity as a hitter, what makes him good. It's been a process that he's worked through for the first 5 years of his career. But what have you seen that tells you, hey, this is what is sustainable with Julio moving forward?
Well, I mean, I think you're right with him finding his identity. I think it's been more of pointing him in the right direction as far as what his focus, his plan of attack, his approach needs to be in the batter's box. I mean, a lot of times when hitters get in there they just want to see it and hit it. They're not what we call, Julio and I have a term, it's called target practice. Pick your target and go hit the ball there, whether it be middle of the field, the off gap, maybe right at the second baseman, maybe right back at the pitcher. It's target practice. And that was one of the things that helped him last year in the second half to get rolling. It allowed him to be a little bit more disciplined as far as his chase, and it had put him in better counts, kept him a little more short, compact, allowed him to stay on secondary stuff better. Really helped a lot. So, I go back, it's like you look at Julio and you look at the presence. I mean, the talent, it's like, holy cow. I mean, you almost put him in judge's category with the specimen that he is in the batter's box. And then I look and I go, he's still a baby. He's, last year he was 23 years old still. I mean, even though he's got a lot of time in the big leagues, he doesn't have a lot of time from a, age standpoint to where, okay, guys really start figuring out in mid-20s, to late 20s is when they really start taking off. I mean, Julio, I'm so impressed with the kid. It's just a joy being around him every day.
Well, between that and teaching Cal how to hit 60 home runs last year, you've had a great run so far here as the Mariner hitting coach. We all just want to say thank you on behalf of Cal, because really what you did to get him to hit 60 last year is incredible.
Yeah, I don't take credit for that. I think Cal's a pretty special player, and it's a team effort with all of us down in the cage.
Seitz, thank you. We appreciate this here on opening day. Happy birthday. Hopefully they bring you a win on your birthday. Did you get any good presents today? Your family get you anything? What's the birthday like today?
No, all I want's a win. That's what I told everybody.
All
so
right.
Anybody that can help get that W, that's going to be the best present I could get.
That's all you need. Well, enjoy tonight. It'll be very cool. We're excited to see the banner come out, and all the other, the bunting will be out, which is always cool on opening day. And then, of course, we finally get to play some real meaningful baseball. It's just great. Good luck, and I'm sure we'll talk throughout the year. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Kevin Seitzer, he's a great dude, man.
He's got voice like Sweet Tea.
Isn't it great?
Sweet Tea voice.
What did he say last year? Son of a buck. He said at some point when he was on with us.
The bunting that's on the stadium is the only bunting I find acceptable.
You and Lyle. Yes. The bunting on the stadium is awesome, though. That's the best kind of bunting.
Yeah, it's the only bunting.
What about bunting for a hit?
No.
I mean, when Luke Raley does it, it's okay.
It's kind of fun.
No, and when you need to bunt, there are situations in a game where you should bunt.
Men on first and second, nobody
Lyle
out, late in the game, tie ball game.
Like, you got a runner on second, nobody out. Yeah. You have, if it's Leo Rivas up or somebody, it's a bomber, you got to bunt.
Yeah.
Because you got to play for one. I'll still love the fact that the one year when we talked to Randy and he was talking about hitting with the bases loaded, I said, "Were you just trying to get something?" Yeah. He goes, "No, I was trying to hit a home run." And they needed one run. There was tie game and it's bases loaded. Are you just trying to get a sac fly? No, I was trying to hit a bomb.
Thanks. Perfect.
I mean, at least he's consistent with his approach.
And at least he was honest in that moment. Maybe that's why he's not talking as much these days. Phone calls with Ryan Divish coming up in 20 minutes. We'll give you everything you need to know next, including the sound from Adam Silver that everybody has been waiting to hear. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Tonight, it's opening day.
Here at T-Mobile Park.
As the Mariners begin defense of the American League West pennant.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
We're live from Soto all day with Bump and Stacy starting at 10. Then it's Wyman and Bob live from Hatback Bar and Grill starting at 2. Ahead of the Mariners and Guardians at 7:10. Listen wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with people come first.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Opened in 1933, our family is still here, doing the right thing for your family.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver, /handyman, /wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/pet sitter, /influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry, don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
You'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, you guys know already. It is opening day tonight. How exciting is that? Opportunity to see this Mariner team that we've spent so much time talking about and looking forward to. They will get it underway. Jeff Passan predicts that they're going to be in the World Series. We asked him how many wins they finish with.
95.
And who finishes second, third, and fourth in this division?
Second is the this is so hard because
I won't even give you the answer. He went Rangers, Astros, I think the A's finished second.
I think the A's are really good.
I was
going to ask Justin Hollander about that.
Yeah.
Because is that the one team that could really wreck you during the season?
Those games are going to be stressful.
They're going to be. Think about some of the balls you're going to be hitting that too, because the A's will hit good pitching.
Yes.
I mean, they hit it hard.
Yes. Yeah, it is going to. I think those games are going to be super fun to watch, but very, very stressful. We should get to see some pretty good baseball games. But look, there's a good baseball team here in Seattle. The roster set yesterday. Ryan Bliss makes the team. We haven't talked much about Ryan Bliss. Pretty cool story that he's come all the way back after the 2 injuries last year. No, he probably wouldn't have made the opening day roster if JP was healthy, but he does. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. There's not a nicer guy on the team, and he's put in the work, and he really got his season sidetracked last year. And you wonder too, could your window close? Because it could happen like that. I mean, like Cole Young has moved up, and now all of a sudden it's like he's fighting to even just stay on the roster.
Well, his ability to run should help, right? I mean, he's a guy with some real legit speed. Is it still there after the injuries?
Yeah, I think, it's not exactly the way it used to be. And I think for him, it's the movement laterally and slowing down. But, we've also seen him. I watched him down in spring training workout a lot in left field, too. He's trying to up his versatility level.
Yes, he should.
Had Michael Arroyo working as well in left field. So, Randy Rosaré is a free agent after this season. So there's some open spots. And like I said, Brendan Davis, who was really good in spring training early on, he's going to mash in AAA. He's going to put up numbers in that league.
So that should be fun, and we'll watch and see what happens there. Bryce Miller, we heard from earlier from Justin Hollander that it's going to be a little bit of time on Bryce Miller. He said, I don't think it'll be June, but I kind of got the sense it might be closer to May 1st before we actually see him.
Yeah, I think that they're in no position to rush him. Remember in the past, they get the guys to 65 pitches. Well, we'll just give them that last start at the big league level. They don't need to do that. It's a nice luxury to have Emerson Hancock, who's pitching well. Also, Bryce needs his own commercial because he's been the runaway winner actor in every one of those commercials.
He's pretty funny, that's for sure. Logan Gilbert, though, will get the ball tonight in the opener against Tanner Bybee and the Guardians. First of a 4-game series. Yankees come in right after. It is a 7-game homestand. Meanwhile, if you're wondering where to watch the Mariners, and this has been stressing you out, stress out no longer. Just go to mariners.com/watch, WATCH. Mariners.com/watch. You can type in your zip code and your provider, and it will tell you what station you can watch the Mariners on. There won't be anything on that station other than when the Mariners are on. It's not like in the old days with Root Sports where you would have a full. It's not a full station.
I'm going to miss Graham Bensinger interviews.
I know. I love the Graham Bensinger thing. Who is that guy?
I have no idea.
Nobody does, and yet he'd sit down with all of these really famous athletes.
My mom's favorite show is still Jen's cooking show. She loved it. Yeah.
Well, and you won't get any of the tremendous infomercials either. So none of that. Essentially, the station is dark. It shows up a half hour before game time with the pregame show. It'll end soon after the game. They'll do a replay, and that's it. There won't be anything else on the station. But if you want to know what station, go to mariners.com/watch. And remember, you can listen to every game here on 710 or on the Seattle Sports app.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It is really cool, finally, to be able to play you the sound from Adam Silver.
So we just concluded 2 days of meetings with our Board of Governors. Bunch of issues were on the agenda. First and foremost, I think you all know at this point, because we issued a release, that the board voted to explore expansion in Las Vegas and Seattle.
That was the big news yesterday. He went farther.
As to why it might not happen, at least standing here today, there's nothing that I see in the relatively short-term future of this league that would indicate in any way that there won't be enormous interest in those markets and that the board will continue to support moving forward.
Yeah, so this thing is pretty wired to go. He says that there are going to be multiple bidders.
I do expect that there will be multiple bidders, and I don't think it's about anything specific that the city of Seattle needs to do. As you say, we have strong business partners there. I travel there frequently. The Storm have had great success in Seattle. It's just a wonderful market, and on top of that, enormous economic growth around technology. I think it has more to do with who comes forward as the potential owner, understanding the arena situation, understanding the economics, because putting aside what somebody is willing to pay for the franchise, we want to make sure they're in a position to be successful.
Well, then you got to imagine it's going to be Samantha Holloway and her One Roof group that already owns the Kraken and owns the building. I mean, anybody else would have to either rent from them or build their own building, which isn't going to happen. So this is her team.
Yeah, makes the most sense. Sometimes the obvious answer is the right one.
Yeah, and they've done a really good job. We played some of the sound earlier from Todd Lewicki on with King 5, Brian Windhorst on NBA Today yesterday.
The Seattle Supersonics are coming back. This is definitely going forward. They would not have put the vote today unless they knew they were getting all 30 votes. It's been under process for about 5-6 years. Yeah. There's actually multiple competing bids in Las Vegas to build this.
It goes on from there, but you hear it. It's going to happen. This thing is wired and ready to go.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Speaking of those Kraken, they need to win, and they'll have that opportunity today, afternoon game in Tampa Bay. That's again, getting real close to must-win territory for that team right now. Hopefully they can take some of the momentum of the final period that they had in Florida, take it into the game today, and actually get a win, because, man, they really need one. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, this is why we brought Divish in today. This has been the dream forever, is to get Ryan Divish to answer phone calls here on the air. Now, if you really want to get under his skin,
I've never seen Lyle jump so excited to answer
I know,
the
isn't
phones.
this cool? Anybody has questions about the lineup? This is your time to speak directly to Ryan.
I'm being held hostage here.
Yes. It's so great.
I'm like my own personal Guantanamo. This is worse than when my family made me go to a Kane Brown concert in Arizona.
I don't know what that is.
You don't want to know.
I don't.
It was at that Extra Innings Festival.
What's Kane Brown?
He's a country singer that's not really country.
I thought you liked country music.
It's pop country. I don't like.
I thought you loved country music.
I don't like that country music.
Isn't it all the same?
It's not country music.
Isn't it all the same?
No, it's not.
It's so easy.
What he sings is not country music.
People think it's easy to get under my skin. Oh. It is. I don't know anyone whose skin it is easier to get under than Ryan's. It's so fun. Well, we'll take actual conversation as well. Guys, it's opening day. What's on your mind? 866-979-3776. What are you most excited about to watch with this team? Who are you expecting to be an X factor and have a big season? What are your concerns, if you have any? What I asked earlier, what you think we'll be talking about at the end of the year that will end up being our favorite parts of this season? How are you going to handle the ups and the downs? Let's go. 866-979-3776. We'll get ready for opening day together with Ryan Divish next on Brock and Salk.
Tonight, it's opening day.
Here at T-Mobile Park.
As the Mariners begin defense of the American League West pennant.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
We're live from Soto all day with Bump and Stacy starting at 10. Then it's Wyman and Bob live from Hatback Bar and Grill starting at 2. Ahead of the Mariners and Guardians at 7:10. Listen wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt. In most business leaders aren't short on data, they're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Whatever's on your schedule this season, Toyota of Kirkland has your ride. With Tacomas, Tundras, and 4Runners from Toyota of Kirkland. Built for power, capability, and room for all your gear. These models are the perfect teammate for the Northwest adventure. Any of them. Take a test drive today and drive home with your new Toyota that same day. Get your season rolling at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. The throw to first, and it's in time. Holy smokes, what a play by J.P. Crawford.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But if you're looking for a truly golden view, look no further than the seats on the first base line, a.k.a. Trident Town. Post up behind the Mariners dugout, and you get a great view of Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu, and our entire rotation at work.
Swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs, blew it by him, strike three.
Not to mention the best view of the best home run celebration in baseball. When the Trident goes up, you know a party's going down.
It is gone! Julio!
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss the Mariners opening homestand, featuring tomorrow's Al West Champs Replica Banner Night at 6:45. Thanks to T-Mobile. Saturday's Cal Raleigh 60 Home Run Bobblehead Night at 6:40. Presented by Alaska Airlines. And a showdown against Aaron Judge and the Yankees. Monday through Wednesday. Get tickets at mariners.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. P&D Tree Service. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeservice.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish! If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY. That's HARLEY, or go to HarleyExteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at HarleyExteriors.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, it's not a Fella Friday necessarily, but fun to hear some Fella Cootie to get us ready for opening day and to take phone calls. We'll get your calls here in just a sec. 866-979-3776. Still looks like one line is open. Ryan Divish is here. So, yeah, we're talking baseball ahead of opening day. And just to set the mood, I thought maybe you guys might need to hear this.
Someone once said, you don't grip a baseball. A baseball grips you. It fills our days and brightens our nights. Over the course of a season and the span of a lifetime. We share hope, drama, and joy. It brings us all closer together, 9 innings at a time. It's the game we live. It's the game we love. Welcome back, baseball. Welcome back.
Put a smile on your face.
And the hay is in the barn. Let's go.
That's it. We're all done. How much do you love Dave Niehaus?
It was aw. He was the best. Like that first year in 2008 when I didn't know anything and I was a total train wreck trying to cover the team, he was great to me. And he didn't need to be because I was just some punk kid who didn't know anything. But he was great to me. And I loved what he would come out and talk to you in the press box after, in between innings and stuff like that. It was great.
Yeah, I would agree. I started a year later, and he also had similarly no reason to be nice to me at all. And he really was. I mean, he just was friendly to everyone, but not in a like Rick's friendly because Rick can't help it. Like Rick's just a friendly, happy guy. Dave is grumpy.
Yeah.
But friendly at the same time. And that is a rare quality where he was really willing to be open and conversational with somebody he didn't know, all the while keeping that real grumpiness of, I don't know, pretty special dude.
I mean, he watched a lot of bad baseball for a while. It's fair to be grumpy.
Maybe that's true. All right, let's do it, Ryan. 866-979-3776. I'll start with Cameron in San Jose. Good morning, Cameron.
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm curious what you guys think is going to play out in right field. We've got Dom Canzone and Luke Raley, who I'm assuming will play versus righties, but neither are that great in the field. And then we've got Rob Refsnyder and Victor Robles, who I'm guessing are going to play versus lefties, and I feel like they sort of have similar strengths and weaknesses. So I'm curious if we're just going to get that sort of combination, or if maybe like one of them will play in left. If Randy needs a day off, I'm curious what you think will happen in right.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. They're going to platoon it. I don't think we're going to see Dom Canzone a ton in the outfield.
Good.
Luke Raley is not a bad outfielder. I think he's above average. Refsnyder, not a great outfielder. Victor is a pretty good defensive outfielder. I'll be interested to see what they get from him at the plate. He's such a wild card. I know he was bad towards the end of last year and in the postseason, but this is a guy that came back a month earlier than they expected as well and didn't have a ton of buildup. I think they'll be fine there. And again, if they're not, they ain't afraid to go out and get somebody in that spot.
Yeah, the hard thing for me with Raley, I'm curious, Cameron, why did you mention Raley as not being a great fielder in right?
I guess I just don't envision him as having like the same range that Victor Robles does. I feel like Robles is a pretty great defender. And comparatively, from what we got from him last year, I feel like that would maybe, not that he's bad, but it's going to be a step back, in my opinion.
It's sort of hard. I don't know how to read Luke. Like you go to something like Baseball Savant where you would go to determine what kind of a fielder he is. But how do I read that when a bunch of those fielding metrics are based on his time at first base? I don't think he's a great first baseman.
No.
But I do think he's a pretty good outfielder.
Is it because he looks awkward doing everything?
Yes.
I mean, he looks Like when he runs, he looks like Phoebe from Friends. Lyle Friends was a TV show. I think you may have heard of it. But I think because he looks awkward, you think he's not a great defensive
I mean, his
outfielder.
sprint speed 2 years ago was in the 90th percentile in baseball running. His arm strength is in the 73rd. I mean, like he has the ability to do those things. But I don't know. I don't know how to read through that and determine what is, just his issues at first base and what he does in the outfield. I really do hope that you're right, that it's a lot of Raley in the outfield and a lot of Canzone at DH.
I think everybody's a little more comfortable with that.
I am, but I don't know. Sometimes sometimes just when I feel like we're all more comfortable with that, it doesn't always end up playing out that way. So what do you expect from Robles?
I think he'll be fine. I don't think he's going to be the player we saw a couple years ago. I don't know that might have been a one-off, but I think he'll be somewhat better than replacement level. And the one thing is defensively, even if you have those guys playing, even if you start Luke early, you can bring Victor in as a defensive replacement late in the game. He's a good guy to bring in as a pinch runner. I think he's a value. Their bench is so much better.
They're such a good bench.
They're real players.
Yes.
This isn't some quad A guy or some triple A guy that it will never will be. They have real players that have real major league experience on their bench.
All right, 866-979-3776 is the phone number. Want to hear from you guys as we get ready for opening day tonight. Mariner fans, every single fan should have something to say about this year's team as we start tonight. I'll go to Mike in Edmonds. He's our best baseball. You know Mike in Edmonds, right? All right. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Salk. Good morning, Ryan.
You get the seat of honor here on our phone calls today.
It feels like the dunk tank to me, but anyway, we'll see how it goes. I got questions about Randy. He seemed like he fit in so well in Tampa Bay, and I still don't feel like he's all bought in to the Mariners. He certainly doesn't understand or agree with control the zone. There's not a pitch he won't hack at, and I wonder if he's unhappy that he doesn't have a new contract yet or what. So I wonder how much of that is true from your perspective, Ryan, and how soon can we see Brennan Davis up? So those kind of go together. And thanks for doing this.
You know what's kind of funny, Mike? Just looking at Randy's numbers from last year, would it surprise you that he was actually pretty low in terms of chase percentage?
It would astound me.
He was in the 67th percentile in baseball in terms of not chasing.
Oh, get out.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, Randy, say what you want, and he does swing at some really bad pitches. He also takes a lot of pitches. Like Randy he gets on base and finds a way to utilize that part of the game. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think of him that way. I mean, last year the on-base percentage was down a little, but he's always been a 330 to 360 on-base percentage guy.
Yeah, he'll sit there and back out on pitches and take a bunch of pitches.
Yeah.
I do think that you think he swings a lot because when he does swing and miss, it's a daddy hack every time. It's just straight, gonna hurt your back, swing as hard as you can at everything. And so when you do see him swing and miss, it looks really, really bad. But he's also one of those guys that can look awful in a bat and then hit a bomb on the next pitch. He's unbelievably talented. I don't know if he's happy or not. He doesn't really communicate a lot with anybody. He's just kind of in his world and he does his thing. The one thing is, it's a contract year. He's going to want to play well and put up numbers. And I don't think he expected to be back with the Mariners. And I think if the Mariners offered him a contract, I don't know that he would take it. He's a guy that lived on the East Coast. He lives in Tampa. I think he preferred to be closer to his home in Florida. But at the same time, I don't ever question whether he plays hard. I don't know if he always plays smart, but he's out there trying to win.
I'll tell you what, he does one thing smart every single time. There is one
thing.
Throw
the baseball to the fans?
Nope. Oh. Randy does one of the smartest things he could possibly do, and that is he never goes near Julio in left center.
Oh, yeah.
If that ball is out there in left center, he knows, do not go near Julio Rodriguez.
He's
just
perfectly happy letting you get it.
Yeah. Julio, you don't run into. And by the way, you know who else could probably learn that lesson? The gigantic, thick human playing right field. Hey, Luke, stay away from Julio. Yeah. Do not run into Julio at any point this year. That is the thing Randy has been best at. I think there's some fair questions there about his happiness. I asked that a couple weeks ago. I don't think happy ball players do what Randy did I don't think they say those things in public and then come back and release that first statement. I don't think Randy's all that happy. That's my gut.
I think he was pretty hurt when he got traded. I think he felt like the Rays hurt him when he got traded.
And I think there's probably something in a contract year or whatever. I don't know what all that looks like. I do know that I think the apology and the second statement that came out was important. And hopefully it now allows this team to move forward into the season without that being anything that we're talking about. 866-979-3776. Let me go to Aaron in the Couve. What's up, Aaron? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Happy opening day, guys. Ryan, this is Aaron in the Couve. That's Vancouver, Washington, not Canada. Just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
So I got two things for you. One, I hate to be a negative Nelly on this, Ryan, but J.P. Crawford, I know he's on kind of a short rehab right now. We all love him. I mean, he's been around for a while. He's bought in. He's all bought in. He does put up some good numbers. I'd say from, time to time. Honestly, I kind of don't see him going on an uptick this year. I see him kind of sliding down a bit. I'm a little concerned that the Mariners hang on to him for too long. I don't know his contract numbers, honestly, but I see a lot of youth coming up that could replace him at some point. What are your thoughts on that? And I also want to know if I can put a bid in for some of your bobbleheads because they sound like they're collectibles.
Yeah, that UNESCO one is going to be super valuable.
I got a couple each around.
All right, so where are you at with J.P. Crawford at this stage of his career?
So I had to have
also a contract year.
I had to have a hard talk with my stepdaughter about J.P. Crawford likely not being a Mariner next year.
Okay.
Because his contract is up, and she did not take that well.
Okay.
But it is obviously he has regressed as a defensive shortstop. He doesn't have the range to his left, deep in the hole. The arm strength isn't what it is. He's still great at the ball, coming in and charging and moving up the middle a little bit. But there is an investment there. What is it? $6 million?
Something like that.
$10 million? I can't remember. But it's the final year. They have money invested in him. They're going to let him play out. There are some principles, too, within the clubhouse. He's been there a long time. He is a leader in that clubhouse. They're not just going to dump him if he has a bad stretch. But at some point, too, this is big boy baseball. The results matter. And if Cole Young is putting up numbers and JP is not, or if he's hurt or all these things, if his performance is diminished, then yes, they have to make the hard decision. I think this group does that hard decision probably better than most. I think in past years they would have held on a lot longer on a player that wasn't really producing. This group is more willing to walk away. They aren't afraid to have to be cold when they need to. Look what happened with Ty France.
Yep.
They've done that. So if Colt Emerson is down there,
they would be loath to do that in the middle of a successful season.
Yeah, you can't.
Right? I mean, they really don't want to do that during the year if they don't have to. But look, I mean, you bring up the fielding. So again, I'm just looking at Baseball Savant. It's hard, I think, with fielding to really look at these metrics because look at the last 4 years for JP, and I'll just give you the percentile he was in. In 2021, the 69th percentile is a pretty good year. 2022, 16th percentile, terrible year as a fielder. Following year though, just 2024, back up over 50%. I think it's the 59th percentile, and then last year awful 7th percentile. It's funny because I didn't feel like his fielding was as bad last year as it was a couple of years ago. So
I have yet to figure out defensive metrics.
Does not make a lot of sense.
And
to
a
me.
lot of people you talk to in baseball, they are very careful when using defensive metrics. I mean, that's why there's still eyes on scouting for a lot of this.
But I'll tell you what JP does do is he gets on base, and he'll do that at the bottom of the lineup. He turns it over. He's a very smart base runner. We talked earlier about some of the smart guys on this team, and especially some of the new smart guys. JP's not new, but he's a smart baseball player. I mean, like his base running for a guy without any speed is incredible.
Yeah, he brings a lot to the table. And really what you're asking for JP, you're not asking him to make the absurd anymore. Mm-hmm. Just make the routine. The Perry Hill calls them the plays in the box. You win more games by making the routine plays and making sure an out is an out than you do by making the absurd, but then boxing a bunch of routine plays. It's like the Nomar Garcia-Parra theorem.
Oof. 866-979-3776. Let me go to Paul in Renton. Good morning, Paul.
Morning, fellas. Ryan, first off, thanks for being so dry on X because it's probably my favorite follow that I have on X. Your sheer responses to stupid comments is fantastic. My question is, if we have the opportunity to trade from a position of strength, say middle infield if Cole Emerson comes up, or outfield where there's a lot of traffic there right now. Would there be a team that would be interested in taking on an expiring contract like Randy or JP because of the impending lockout? And if so, what position would we try to go trade for? My thought would be bullpen, but is there any other position you think we would need to go grab?
That's very interesting. I mean, like, honestly, what would you do there?
Right.
You could get more of a full-time DH type. You could go, like, if you're moving Randy, you would go left field, obviously, or something like that.
Try to replace that.
I mean, Randy makes a lot of money, and so that's not an easy thing to do. JP doesn't make as much. That is the whole lockout thing, the expiring. Now we're talking about the NBA almost expiring contract.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to upset the apple cart, not to go all cliche, but they're going to try and stay with the core group they have, because that's why they didn't subtract this year from their big league roster. They didn't want to trade Cole Young. They didn't want to trade guys to make what they felt were incremental improvements, especially at the cost that was going to cost you, whether it's dollars or prospect cost. I think what they did and how they did it, and having the ability to add still at the deadline, leaves them in a pretty good place.
Yeah, but the one thing we know is they almost prefer to build their team at the trade deadline than they do during the offseason. They love the longer term opportunities that are often available at the deadline. You're right. And he's right. The impending lockout throws a whole monkey wrench into that, because we just don't know what that's going to look like yet.
Honestly, all those guys that Pittsburgh signed or acquired, they're going to trade at the deadline, right? When they're terrible.
I would think so. Right?
It's like, Brandon Lau and those guys are going to be moved. And I just, it's a weird scenario. That looms over everything. And it's going to ruin the winter meetings being in San Diego.
How dare they? How dare they? Don't they know how great that is?
I had to go to Orlando last year, but I can't go to San Diego this year.
Oh, my gosh, the nerve. I like the idea and the thought process behind some of that thinking of, could you make some moves and trade guys who are, I just think if you're winning, you're not going to want to subtract. If you're winning, it's partly because guys like Randy and JP are doing their thing. You're probably not going to want to move on. Do you need bullpen help? Yes.
But you can
yes.
But you don't need to. You can get that for
absolutely.
Prospects.
But I just go back to where they were a year ago, trying to trade for Griffin Jacks at the deadline, right? And trying to trade for Duran right before that. Like, they need a dude like that. And if there's an opportunity to go get that kind of an extra bullpen arm to just, again, move everybody down one, if they had been successful, they probably beat Toronto.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, and regardless of how you feel about the way Dan managed that Game 7, they were getting beat up. Like, their bullpen was beat up after all, especially the long games. Like, they needed one more arm in their pen, especially once Brian Wu went down. And, yeah, another kind of big-time arm like a Griffin Jacks, like a Duran, and maybe there's somebody else of that ilk who shows up as a possibility this year. I think it goes a long way towards making them not just a World Series contender, but, again, one of the favorites.
Yeah, you need that extra guy. It always – no contender looks at their bullpen and is satisfied when they get to the trade deadline. There's always an arm that can help you.
And this team right now, not only would you not be satisfied, like, that's the one question mark you have after the first 5 or 6 guys. Like, all right, there's nobody. We've talked about this a few times, but there's nobody optionable, and you're going to need more than whatever it is, 8 guys in your bullpen who start the year. You're going to need 12, 15, somewhere in that range over the course of the season.
That's why I think we'll see Ryan Sloan late in the season
as a reliever.
As a reliever, like in September.
Yeah,
if their staff is healthy. Could you imagine that guy coming in?
Yes,
I mean
I can.
That would be. You gotta.
Who does he remind
He better
you
have a cool entrance.
Who does he remind you of?
Garrett Cole. Big old legs.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole. Just
Brock had said Roger Clemens, and
I get that, but Clemens wasn't that tall. This kid's 6'5".
Yeah, and Clemens, I know he just looked wider.
Yeah, he's
right, just kind of a different build, and the way he would come straight from the ear, like. Yeah, I think that's a good one, Garrett Cole. And with Kate Anderson, I like the Cliff Lee comp and obviously the Max Fried comp. I mean, both of those together, that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, Cliff Lee comp is also just kind of how he carries himself with how he talks and everything like that. Max Fried's got the breaking ball, and his breaking ball is really good. I mean, that's another thing. Those guys can influence the race. so many teams at this, by midseason are searching for starting pitching. If they get Bryce Miller back, their AAA rotation will have Emerson Hancock and Diaz, like who you love, Jonathan.
I do like Jonathan
flipping out
Diaz.
the 68-mile-per-hour breaking ball.
Well, he's just such a ridiculous-looking person. I love him.
Got a gold medal for Venezuela. Never pitched an inning.
Good for him.
Then you'll have probably in Double-A, Kate Anderson, Ryan Sloan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
and Dane Dunning is
Dane Dunning is
around,
a viable major
right?
leaguer.
Like he's a major league pitcher who's been around. Like they've got some. I'm not that worried about the. I know Goldsmith was. I wasn't as worried about the pitching depth in the rotation. It's the optionable relievers that you're gonna need after you just have some of these tough bullpen games. And all right, whatever. I don't want to focus on that. We only get 2 minutes left in the show. These are my final couple of minutes before the season starts tonight. I really am excited. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not making any guarantees or anything like that. If things go together for this team, could they win 97 games? Yeah, I think they could. 97, 98, bordering on 100 in a division where I don't think Texas is going to be great. The Angels are, I think, going to be terrible. I don't think the Astros are going to be great. And while I think that the A's are going to be annoying and hard to play against, they just don't seem like they've got the pitching yet, and ultimately you got to have the pitching. So
when you play 81 games in that park, it destroys your.
Both things are going to be really hard. So I love where they're at in the American League West. I think the American League is better than it was last year, but the West is probably worse. So I think you can win 95 plus games. I don't know what's going to happen with the health. I don't know whether, guys are going to hit to the back of their baseball card. I can't wait to see what happens with Brendan Donovan hitting in this ballpark for the first time. This is not Peoria. The ball's going to hang up a lot when he hits some of those line drives that have been hits. They're not all going to be hits here. So how does he react to that? That's a great question. How does Josh Naylor handle a full season here? He really loved it at the end of the year. What is he going to think in April and May? Like, all those things are challenges. I think they can get past all of them just because of how complete the ball club is, how complete the roster is, how many, as Justin Hollander said earlier, how many different ways they can beat you. We just haven't seen a Mariner team built like this. They can hit for power. They can hit for average. They can put together at bats. They can use their bench in a way that they've never been able to use it before. They can win 1-0 with tremendous starting pitching. They can come at you with different options from the right and left side. There's just no one thing that this team doesn't look like it can do, and that is something that I've never seen here before.
You're not asking them to do something out of the ordinary to have success.
Yeah, you're asking everyone to just be themselves.
Be yourself, and that's a huge thing going into a season.
That's all we asked of you today, and you did it for 3 straight hours.
I didn't curse either.
No, and the callers weren't even that bad.
I know, thankfully.
They were actually pretty good.
I'm honestly a little disappointed. You sold... Salk kind of set it up that Lyle shouldn't even come to work today, and then you weren't even as mean to Lyle as Brock and Salk are.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I feel bad sometimes. It's like
kicking a puppy.
It's kicking a stray puppy someday. Look at him right now.
I got one question before we wrap this up. I have to do it because it's opening day. Is Tyler O'Neill hitting a homer today? Yes or no?
No, that's what he does every opening day. Where is he now?
Baltimore. So he's got 6 in a row. He's facing Joe Ryan today. I looked up his numbers because he's not good against righties usually. He's 1 for 2. With a home run against Joe Ryan.
He's going yard.
Definitely. 7 straight years.
Ripping his shirt off, flexing the guns. That guy had the deepest voice.
Are the Orioles going to be good this year?
I think they'll be like the A's. They'll hit. I have no idea if they can pitch.
You remember when he was here and Rick Riz told him, "Hey, nice pipes."
Yeah.
Talking about his voice, and he was like, "Thanks, I've been doing a lot of lifting."
He was great. He was a cartoon figure.
Nice guy.
Yeah, really nice guy.
Yeah. Little over the top. Brian, thank you. This was great. Thanks for doing this for the first time. Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to do it again. Tomorrow, Lefko and Charlie Furbush. Again, apologies that I won't be in tomorrow. Got to go to BC and watch my kid play. Sorry, priorities.
Vancouver,
BC. Yeah, we'll be in Richmond. Gotta watch her play. Sorry, it's family comes first occasionally. Not often, but sometimes. Ryan, thank you. We'll catch you guys. I'll be back with Brock on Monday morning at 6 a.m. Bumpin' Stacy up next. The hay
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
The sounds of spring have already begun.
Mariners spring training, best week of our year.
But if you listen close enough, you can still hear echoes of last fall.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
These guys raised the bar.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
You guys ready?
Tonight, the Mariners host the Guardians on opening day at T-Mobile Park. Hear every pitch wherever you are on the Seattle Sports app.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hold on tight. We've got prizes so big, they'll make your head spin. Win up to $10,000 in cash every Saturday night in March at Silver Reef. With 2 new winners drawn every hour from 6:30 to 11:30, you're sure to have luck on your side. Claim 1 free Spin to Win entry every day. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
This is Brock Heward. Seastar Restaurant and Ron Bar is celebrating 24 years as Bellevue's go-to for fresh, seasonal seafood, and me and my families as well. My good friend, Chef John Howie, delivers excellence behind every single plate, and it doesn't matter. Local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, generous portions, polished service, and meals that become lasting memories. Right now, 3-course dinners in the lounge, starting at just $50. Seastar, the dining experience you remember. SeastarRestaurant.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Georgetown License reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Georgetown License, taking care of all your vehicle and vessel licensing needs for over 30 years. Online at georgetownlicense.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, With upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit